Just a few thousand feet beneath the surface of the ocean, there are sounds so powerful they can travel across entire oceans. In 1997, scientists listening through deep underwater microphones recorded a signal so loud it echoed through sensors thousands of miles apart. They called it the bloop. At first, no one could explain what had made it. The sound rose in pitch like a living creature calling from the darkness, but it was louder than any known animal on Earth. And that was only the beginning. Because the deeper scientists explored, the stranger the ocean became. Entire lakes have been discovered on the seafloor, with waves and shorelines hidden nearly a mile beneath the surface. Rivers flow underwater. Waterfalls taller than Niagara Falls plunge through the deep ocean in complete darkness. There are places where the pressure is so intense it could crush a submarine like a soda can, yet strange animals still live there. Some of those animals glow like stars. In the deep ocean, more than 3/4 of all creatures can create their own light. Fish carry glowing lures to hunt in darkness. Squid flash signals to communicate across black water. Tiny shrimp can explode bursts of light to escape predators. Entire layers of the ocean rise toward the surface every night in what scientists now believe is the largest migration on Earth. Billions of animals moving together in the dark. But the strangest discoveries may be the ones we almost never see. There are fish that can change their sex when their environment demands it. Jellyfish that can reverse their own aging process. Worms that survive by eating the bones of dead whales on the seafloor, and microscopic organisms drifting invisibly through the water that quietly produce about half of the oxygen on Earth, including the oxygen in the breath you're taking right now. Which means the ocean is not just a mysterious place, it's the system that quietly runs our entire planet. Tonight, we're going to descend into that world, into the strangest creatures, impossible landscapes, hidden ecosystems, and unsolved mysteries of the deep ocean. The kind of discoveries that sound almost unbelievable, yet are completely real. Because the deeper scientists explore the ocean, the more it begins to look like an alien world hiding on our own planet. Chapter 1. The Bloop and the Ocean's Loudest Mysteries. On the morning of May 19, 1997, a network of underwater microphones scattered across the Pacific Ocean recorded a sound unlike anything scientists had ever heard before. The signal appeared deep in the South Pacific, thousands of miles west of the southern tip of South America, and it traveled so far through the ocean that it was detected by hydrophones positioned more than 5,000 kilometers apart. When researchers first examined the recording, they noticed something unusual about its shape. The sound rose steadily in frequency over nearly a full minute, a pattern often associated with biological calls made by marine animals. But the intensity of the signal was staggering. Whatever produced it had to be extraordinarily powerful, far louder than any known ocean creature. Scientists eventually gave the mysterious signal a simple nickname, the bloop. The discovery happened almost by accident. The sensors that recorded the sound were never intended for marine biology in the first place. They were part of a massive Cold War surveillance network known as SOSUS, short for the Sound Surveillance System. Beginning in the 1950s, the United States Navy installed long chains of underwater hydrophones across the world's oceans to listen for the quiet propellers of Soviet submarines. These microphones were positioned along deep underwater ridges and continental slopes, where sound could travel long distances with remarkable clarity. After the Cold War ended in the early 1990s, some of these listening stations were opened to civilian researchers. Oceanographers at the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration began using the network to study whales, underwater earthquakes, and other natural ocean sounds. It was during this period that Dr. Christopher Fox, an oceanographer with NOAA's Pacific Marine Environmental Laboratory, encountered one of the strangest signals the system had ever captured. The recording quickly became famous within the oceanographic community. When scientists analyzed the sound wave, they noticed that its structure resembled the acoustic signatures produced by marine mammals, especially whales. Blue whales, the largest animals ever to live on Earth, can produce calls reaching nearly 190 decibels underwater. These low-frequency sounds can travel hundreds of miles through the ocean and allow whales to communicate across entire ocean basins. But even the most powerful whale calls known to science did not match the bloop's intensity. The signal had been strong enough to travel across vast distances with very little distortion, suggesting that whatever produced it was both enormous and extremely energetic. For a brief moment in the late 1990s, some scientists quietly wondered whether the ocean might still be hiding a giant creature that had never been discovered. Of course, the idea of an unknown sea monster lurking somewhere in the deep Pacific may sound like science fiction today, but historically, such possibilities have not always been so easy to dismiss. For centuries, sailors told stories of massive squid attacking ships in the cold waters of the North Atlantic. Norwegian fishermen described a creature called the Kraken, a beast so large that its tentacles could supposedly drag vessels beneath the waves. Naturalists in the 18th and 19th centuries often treated these stories as exaggerations or folklore. The deep ocean was almost completely unexplored, and no scientist had ever observed a giant squid alive in its natural environment. Without direct evidence, the Kraken remained firmly in the realm of legend. Then, unexpectedly, those legends began to unravel. In September 2004, Japanese researchers Tsunemi Kubodera and Kyoichi Mori captured the first ever photographs of a living giant squid in the wild. Using baited cameras lowered nearly 900 meters below the surface near the Ogasawara Islands south of Tokyo, they recorded a massive squid lunging toward the bait line. The images showed long feeding tentacles lined with rotating hooks, features that matched the descriptions sailors had reported for centuries. The creature measured nearly 8 meters in length, confirming that giant squid were not just real, but capable of reaching truly enormous sizes. 8 years later, in 2012, a joint expedition led by Japan's NHK television network and the Discovery Channel captured the first live video of a giant squid swimming in the deep ocean near Chichijima Island. A creature once dismissed as a myth had suddenly become part of modern science. Stories like these remind scientists that the ocean has a long history of turning legends into reality. And sometimes the mysteries are not creatures at all, but events. For most of the 20th century, oceanographers believed that certain types of enormous waves described by sailors simply could not exist. These waves, known as rogue waves, were said to rise suddenly from otherwise ordinary seas, towering more than 80 or even 100 feet high, before collapsing without warning. Sailors described walls of water appearing out of nowhere, large enough to swallow ships whole. But mathematical models of ocean waves suggested that such events were nearly impossible. Most scientists assumed the reports were exaggerations or misinterpretations of storm waves. That assumption changed dramatically on January 1st, 1995. On that day, a weather platform called the Draupner oil rig, located in the North Sea about 100 miles off the coast of Norway, recorded a wave measuring 25.6 meters, roughly 84 feet tall. Unlike earlier sailor stories, this measurement came from a laser-based wave sensor mounted on a steel oil platform. The data was undeniable. Rogue waves were real. Later research revealed that these massive waves can form when multiple wave systems intersect and briefly reinforce one another, concentrating enormous energy into a single towering crest. Under the right conditions, waves can grow far larger than surrounding seas, appearing suddenly and vanishing just as quickly. Events like rogue waves help explain why ships have sometimes vanished in apparently calm conditions. One of the most puzzling maritime disappearances occurred in March 1918, when the U.S. Navy cargo ship USS Cyclops vanished somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean while traveling from Barbados to Baltimore. The ship carried 309 people and more than 10,000 tons of manganese ore. No distress call was ever received, and no wreckage was ever found. Over time, the disappearance became one of the most famous mysteries associated with a region popularly known as the Bermuda Triangle. The Bermuda Triangle, loosely defined as the area between Miami, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico, gained international attention in the 1970s after author Charles Berlitz published a best-selling book describing unexplained ship and aircraft disappearances in the region. Popular media often portrayed the triangle as a place where strange forces disrupted navigation or swallowed ships whole. But as scientists began studying the area more closely, many of the supposed mysteries started to reveal ordinary explanations. One of the most intriguing scientific theories involves methane gas trapped beneath the seafloor. In certain regions of the ocean floor, methane accumulates within frozen structures known as methane hydrates. If these deposits destabilize, large volumes of methane gas can suddenly rise through the water column. Because methane bubbles dramatically reduce the density of seawater, a ship caught directly above a large gas release could lose buoyancy and sink rapidly. Experiments conducted in controlled tanks have demonstrated that vessels can indeed sink if enough gas is released beneath them. Navigation itself can also become confusing in certain parts of the ocean due to subtle variations in Earth's magnetic field. The planet's magnetic field does not align perfectly with geographic north, and the difference between the two directions, known as magnetic declination, varies across the globe. In some regions of the Atlantic Ocean, historical navigation charts were less accurate, and compass readings could appear inconsistent. For sailors navigating by stars and magnetic compasses alone, small errors could grow into major navigational mistakes. The truth behind most ocean mysteries tends to be less supernatural than it first appears, but that does not make the ocean any less mysterious. In fact, many of the strangest discoveries arise from a much simpler reality. We have explored only a tiny fraction of the ocean itself. Modern surveys suggest that more than 80% of the seafloor has not yet been mapped in high resolution. Even with satellites and advanced sonar systems, enormous stretches of the deep ocean remain largely unknown. This lack of exploration means that unusual sounds, strange creatures, and unexpected natural events are almost guaranteed to appear from time to time. In the case of the bloop, scientists eventually found a likely explanation years later. Further analysis suggested the sound most likely came from a massive ice quake produced when a large iceberg fractured somewhere near Antarctica. When ice sheets crack or collide underwater, they can release powerful acoustic signals capable of traveling across entire ocean basins. What initially sounded like the call of a mysterious creature turned out to be the sound of the planet's frozen polar regions shifting and breaking apart. Yet the story of the bloop still serves as a reminder of how strange the ocean can be. Beneath its surface lies a world where sound travels for thousands of miles. Waves can rise higher than buildings, and legends occasionally become real animals swimming quietly in the dark. Scientists continue to listen carefully to the ocean, knowing that every strange signal might reveal something new about the largest environment on Earth. And sometimes, the ocean's greatest mysteries are not sounds drifting through the deep or ships disappearing into open water. Sometimes they are entire landscapes hidden beneath the waves, places so unusual that they seem almost impossible. And those places are where the next chapter of the ocean's mystery begins. Chapter 2. Impossible landscapes beneath the sea. Far below the rolling surface of the ocean lies a world that looks strangely familiar and completely alien at the same time. In 1984, scientists exploring the floor of the Gulf of Mexico encountered one of the most bizarre environments ever discovered beneath the sea. More than 3,000 feet below the surface, remotely operated vehicles transmitted images that appeared almost impossible to interpret at first glance. Spread across the seafloor was something that looked unmistakably like a lake. It had defined edges, visible ripples, and what appeared to be a shoreline separating one body of water from another. Yet this lake existed not on land, but deep beneath the ocean itself. What the researchers had discovered was a brine pool, one of the strangest geological formations on Earth. These pools form when thick deposits of ancient salt buried beneath the seafloor dissolve into surrounding seawater. The resulting liquid becomes so saturated with salt that it grows far denser than the surrounding ocean water. Instead of mixing, the heavy brine sinks and collects in depressions along the seafloor, forming pools that behave almost like lakes sitting inside the ocean. When early footage from submersibles was released, it stunned researchers. The boundary between the brine and the surrounding seawater was so sharp that it looked like a shimmering underwater horizon, as if two separate oceans were stacked on top of each other. The visual effect is striking because the brine bends light differently than normal seawater. Cameras lowered into these pools often capture wavering distortions along the boundary, creating an illusion that resembles heat waves shimmering above hot pavement. In some cases, the edges even appear to form ripples that look remarkably like shoreline waves. To a deep-sea robot drifting slowly above the seafloor, the scene can resemble a submerged coastline, complete with valleys, edges, and quiet chemical currents moving through the water. Yet these strange lakes are far from peaceful environments. The dense brine often contains extremely high concentrations of hydrogen sulfide, methane, and other dissolved chemicals that are toxic to most marine animals. Fish that accidentally swim into the pools frequently die within seconds, their bodies quickly preserved by the oxygen-poor environment. Submersible footage has occasionally shown dead crabs or fish resting along the brine edges, as though they had crossed an invisible line they could not survive. For most forms of ocean life, these pools represent chemical traps scattered across the deep sea floor. But along the margins of these lethal lakes, life appears in unexpected ways. Clusters of mussels, shrimp, and unusual worms gather around the edges where normal seawater meets the chemical-rich brine. These animals depend on a completely different form of energy production than the one most life on Earth relies on. Instead of using sunlight, they feed on chemosynthetic bacteria, microorganisms capable of generating energy from chemical reactions involving sulfur or methane. These bacteria form the base of entire ecosystems thriving in places where sunlight never reaches. Expeditions conducted by institutions such as the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution in Texas, A&M University have documented these strange communities growing along the rims of brine pools like miniature cities built on the edge of a toxic lake. The discovery of brine pools revealed something profound about the deep ocean. It showed that the seafloor is not a flat desert of mud and darkness, as early oceanographers once believed. Instead, it contains landscapes shaped by complex geological and chemical processes, places where different types of water, sediment, and gases interact in ways that create entirely new environments. And brine pools are only one example of how strange the ocean floor can become. Another remarkable feature hidden beneath the sea involves a substance sometimes called burning ice. Known scientifically as methane hydrate, this unusual material forms when methane gas becomes trapped within cages of frozen water molecules under conditions of high pressure and low temperature. These conditions are common along continental margins, where thick layers of sediment accumulate over millions of years. Deep beneath the seafloor, methane produced by decomposing organic material slowly migrates upward until it becomes locked within crystalline ice-like structures. At first glance, methane hydrate looks like ordinary ice, but if a piece of it is brought to the surface and exposed to a flame, something astonishing happens. The ice begins to burn. The methane trapped within the frozen lattice ignites, producing a flickering flame while the ice itself slowly melts. Scientists demonstrated this phenomenon publicly during research expeditions in the early 2000s, holding chunks of hydrate that burned like glowing lanterns while dripping meltwater. These deposits are enormous. Geological surveys suggest that methane hydrates may contain more carbon than all known reserves of coal, oil, and natural gas combined. Large concentrations exist along the continental slopes of the eastern United States, beneath the Arctic Ocean, and in deep waters surrounding Japan. Some researchers have even explored the possibility of harvesting methane hydrate as a future energy source. At the same time, the deposits represent a potential climate concern because destabilizing large amounts of methane, a powerful greenhouse gas, could amplify global warming. While methane hydrates represent hidden reservoirs of chemical energy, the ocean also contains massive geological structures shaped by moving water itself. One of the most dramatic examples lies between Greenland and Iceland in a narrow stretch of ocean called the Denmark Strait. Here, cold Arctic water flowing southward sinks beneath warmer Atlantic water, spilling over an underwater ridge in an enormous cascading flow. The result is known as the Denmark Strait Cataract, the largest waterfall on Earth. Unlike familiar waterfalls on land, this one is completely invisible from the surface. Beneath the waves, however, billions of tons of dense water plunge down a slope nearly 3,500 meters deep, more than 2 miles, creating a continuous underwater cascade. The volume of water moving through this hidden waterfall dwarfs any river on Earth. In fact, the Denmark Strait Cataract carries hundreds of times more water than the famous Angel Falls in Venezuela, often considered the tallest waterfall above ground. Water is not the only force shaping the seafloor. Sediment itself can move through the ocean with astonishing speed. Along the edges of continents, thick layers of sand and mud sometimes collapse and rush downward in powerful flows known as turbidity currents. These underwater avalanches behave somewhat like landslides, except they occur entirely beneath the ocean surface. Once triggered, the mixture of sediment and water can accelerate rapidly down continental slopes, carving channels and transporting enormous amounts of material into the deep ocean basin. One of the most dramatic turbidity events ever recorded occurred in 1929, after a magnitude 7.2 earthquake struck near the Grand Banks of Newfoundland. The shaking destabilized layers of sediment along the continental slope, triggering a massive turbidity current that surged downhill through the North Atlantic. As it raced along the seafloor, the current snapped 12 transatlantic communication cables one after another. By measuring the timing of each cable break, scientists later calculated that the sediment flow had traveled at speeds approaching 50 miles per hour. The event revealed just how powerful underwater sediment avalanches could become. Over millions of years, these turbidity currents carve enormous valleys into the seafloor known as submarine canyons. One of the most impressive examples lies off the coast of Central California. The Monterey Canyon begins just offshore in Monterey Bay and stretches hundreds of kilometers into the Pacific Ocean, reaching depths greater than parts of the Grand Canyon itself. Its steep walls and winding channels were carved not by rivers of fresh water, but by repeated sediment flows cascading down the continental margin. Beyond these giant canyons lies an even larger geological feature that reshaped how scientists understood the planet. During the mid-20th century, researchers using sonar mapping began noticing a long chain of mountains running through the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. This structure, later called the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, turned out to be part of a global system of underwater mountain ranges stretching across every ocean basin on Earth. Extending more than 65,000 kilometers around the planet, the Mid-Ocean Ridge system is the longest mountain chain on Earth, far longer than the Andes, the Rockies, or the Himalayas. These ridges form where tectonic plates slowly pull apart, allowing molten rock from deep within the Earth to rise and create new ocean crust. Over millions of years, the process builds massive volcanic mountains hidden beneath the waves. Some of these peaks rise high enough to form islands such as Iceland or the Azores, but most remain submerged far below the surface. Scattered across the seafloor are also thousands of isolated volcanic mountains known as seamounts. These structures can rise several kilometers above the surrounding seabed, forming underwater islands that never quite reach the surface. Ocean currents flowing around these mountains push nutrient-rich water upward, creating fertile environments where marine life flourishes. Seamounts often host dense communities of corals, fish, and deep-sea invertebrates, turning these submerged volcanoes into biological hotspots scattered across the ocean floor. For most of human history, however, none of these landscapes were visible. Early explorers sailing across the oceans had no idea that mountains, valleys, waterfalls, and lakes existed beneath their ships. The seafloor remained hidden until technological advances in the 20th century finally allowed scientists to map it. Beginning in the 1950s and accelerating through the 1970s and 1980s, oceanographers developed increasingly sophisticated sonar systems capable of scanning the ocean bottom with sound waves. One of the most important breakthroughs came with the development of multi-beam sonar, which sends out fan-shaped pulses of sound and measures the echoes returning from the seafloor. By combining thousands of these measurements, scientists can build detailed three-dimensional maps of underwater terrain. What these maps revealed was astonishing. The ocean floor was not a featureless plain, but a dynamic landscape filled with towering mountains, plunging trenches, winding canyons, and strange chemical lakes. Even today, however, much of this terrain remains unexplored. Vast regions of the deep ocean have been mapped only in rough outlines, leaving countless features still waiting to be discovered. Each new expedition continues to reveal unfamiliar landscapes hidden in the darkness beneath the waves. But landscapes are only half the story of the deep ocean. The larger mystery is not simply how strange these environments are, it is how anything manages to survive within them at all. Chapter 3. Life where sunlight never exists. In February of 1977, a small research submersible named Alvin began a descent into one of the most remote environments on Earth. The dive took place along the Galapagos Rift, a volcanic ridge running through the eastern Pacific Ocean not far from the Galapagos Islands. Scientists on board were part of an expedition led by oceanographers including Dr. Jack Corliss, Dr. Robert Ballard, and Dr. Tjeerd van Andel, who were investigating unusual heat signatures detected along the seafloor. At the time, the prevailing assumption among marine scientists was simple. The deep ocean floor was mostly barren. Sunlight fades away rapidly as it penetrates seawater, and beyond about 200 meters, the ocean enters a region known as the aphotic zone, where sunlight can no longer support photosynthesis. By the time Alvin descended nearly 2,500 meters, it had entered a realm of permanent darkness. Most scientists expected to find little more than scattered animals living sparsely across a cold, volcanic landscape. Instead, the submersible's lights illuminated something completely unexpected. As Alvin approached the seafloor, the crew began seeing clusters of animals appearing through the darkness. First a few, then dozens, then entire fields of life. Towering structures rose from the volcanic rock, surrounded by dense biological communities. Some of the organisms looked unlike anything scientists had ever seen before. Giant, red-plumed worms stood upright like underwater flowers. Large white clams lay half buried in the sediment. Strange shrimp and crabs moved through shimmering clouds of mineral-rich water. What astonished the researchers most was not just the presence of life, but the sheer abundance of it. In a place where sunlight never reaches, entire ecosystems were thriving. The source of this unexpected oasis soon became clear. Rising from cracks in the seafloor were plumes of superheated water, sometimes exceeding 350 degrees Celsius, loaded with dissolved minerals from deep within the Earth's crust. These features, now known as hydrothermal vents, form along mid-ocean ridges where tectonic plates slowly pull apart. Seawater seeps down through fractures in the crust and descends deep enough to encounter magma-heated rock. The water becomes intensely heated and chemically altered before rising back to the seafloor carrying metals, sulfur compounds, and other dissolved minerals. When the hot fluid mixes with the cold surrounding seawater, many of these minerals rapidly precipitate, forming dark plumes that resemble smoke rising from underwater chimneys. These structures became known as black smokers, towering mineral spires that can grow several meters tall as layers of metal sulfides accumulate around the vent openings. The fluid pouring out of these vents creates a chemical-rich environment that would normally be considered toxic to most forms of life. Hydrogen sulfide, one of the dominant chemicals in vent fluids, is lethal to many organisms because it interferes with cellular respiration. Yet around these vents, life was not only present, it was flourishing. The reason lies in a process that scientists had barely considered before the 1977 discovery: chemosynthesis. On the surface of Earth, most ecosystems ultimately rely on photosynthesis, the process by which plants and algae use sunlight to convert carbon dioxide and water into sugars. Chemosynthesis operates differently. Instead of sunlight, certain bacteria obtain energy by oxidizing chemicals such as hydrogen sulfide, methane, or ammonia. These reactions release energy that the bacteria use to build organic molecules, essentially creating food from chemical reactions rather than light. At hydrothermal vents, chemosynthetic bacteria form the foundation of the entire ecosystem. Some live freely in the water surrounding the vents, while others exist in close symbiotic relationships with larger animals. Perhaps the most iconic of these animals is the giant tube worm, scientifically known as Riftia pachyptila. These worms can grow more than 2 meters tall, forming dense clusters around active vent sites. Their bodies consist of long white tubes topped by bright red plumes that extend into the surrounding water. For years, scientists were puzzled by how these worms fed, because dissections revealed something remarkable. They had no mouth, stomach, or digestive tract at all. Instead, the worms contain a specialized internal organ called a trophosome, which houses billions of symbiotic bacteria. The worm's red plume absorbs hydrogen sulfide, oxygen, and carbon dioxide from the surrounding water, transporting these chemicals into its body through specialized blood proteins. The bacteria inside the trophosome then use these chemicals to perform chemosynthesis, producing nutrients that feed the worm. In effect, the worm acts as a living life support system for its internal bacterial colony, and in return, the bacteria provide the worm with energy. Hydrothermal vent communities contain far more than tube worms. Researchers have identified entire assemblages of specialized animals uniquely adapted to life around vents. Dense beds of giant clams cluster around some vent fields, their tissues also containing symbiotic bacteria that help provide energy. Various species of vent shrimp, including those discovered along the mid-Atlantic ridge, have evolved unusual sensory organs to detect heat and chemical signals in the darkness. Certain crabs and fish patrol the edges of vent systems, feeding on smaller organisms that depend on the bacterial food chain. One of the most surprising characteristics of hydrothermal vents is their temporary nature. Unlike coral reefs or coastal ecosystems that may persist for centuries, vent systems are controlled by volcanic activity beneath the seafloor. Geological processes may open new vents while shutting down others nearby. Individual vent chimneys can remain active for only 10 to 30 years, after which the flow of superheated fluid may cease entirely. When that happens, the ecosystem built around the vent collapses. Tube worm colonies die, clams disappear, and the once vibrant biological community fades into darkness. This instability raises an intriguing question. How do vent animals colonize new sites when old vents disappear? The answer appears to involve remarkable strategies of larval dispersal. Many vent species release microscopic larvae into the surrounding water, where they drift in deep ocean currents for weeks or even months. These larvae can travel hundreds of kilometers before eventually settling near another active vent field. Chemical cues from vent fluids may guide them towards suitable habitats, allowing entire ecosystems to re-establish themselves when new vents form along the mid-ocean ridge system. Hydrothermal vents are not the only deep-sea environments powered by chemical energy. In other areas of the ocean floor, scientists have discovered methane seeps, locations where methane gas slowly leaks from sediments beneath the seafloor. These seeps can support biological communities similar to those found at vents, although they tend to be less extreme in temperature. Specialized bacteria at methane seeps oxidize methane rather than hydrogen sulfide, forming the base of another chemosynthetic food web. Animals living at methane seeps include unique species of mussels, clams, and tube worms that host methane-consuming bacteria within their tissues. These organisms cluster around seep sites where gas bubbles rise through the sediment, creating habitats rich in chemical energy. Some seep ecosystems persist for centuries, providing a more stable environment than the often short-lived hydrothermal vents. The discovery of these ecosystems fundamentally changed scientific understanding of life on Earth. Before 1977, the dominant view among biologists was that nearly all life ultimately depended on sunlight as its primary energy source. Hydrothermal vent communities demonstrated that life could thrive in complete darkness, powered entirely by chemical energy originating deep within the planet's crust. The implication was profound. If life could exist without sunlight in Earth's oceans, then similar ecosystems might potentially exist elsewhere in the universe. This realization quickly attracted the attention of planetary scientists studying icy moons in the outer solar system. Moons such as Europa, orbiting Jupiter, and Enceladus, orbiting Saturn, are believed to contain vast oceans hidden beneath thick layers of ice. Observations from spacecraft missions have revealed evidence of water, vapor plumes, and possible hydrothermal activity beneath their frozen surfaces. If liquid water interacts with rocky seafloors in these alien oceans, chemical reactions similar to those at Earth's hydrothermal vents could potentially occur. In such environments, sunlight would never reach the ocean beneath the ice. Yet the discoveries made by Alvin in 1977 demonstrated that sunlight may not be necessary for life at all. All that may be required is liquid water, a source of chemical energy, and time for biological systems to evolve. For this reason, hydrothermal vents on Earth are often considered some of the best analogues for possible extraterrestrial ecosystems. Deep-sea researchers continue to explore these environments using remotely operated vehicles, autonomous submersibles, and advanced sampling technology. Each expedition reveals new species uniquely adapted to conditions of darkness, high temperature, and chemical-rich fluids. The animals living at hydrothermal vents represent only a small fraction of the life that may exist in Earth's deep oceans, yet they have already reshaped our understanding of biology in profound ways. The discovery that life can thrive without sunlight revealed that the deep ocean is not an empty abyss, but a dynamic environment filled with hidden ecosystems. Organisms living in these places have evolved remarkable strategies for surviving heat, toxic chemicals, and extreme isolation. Yet chemical energy is only one of the challenges life must overcome in the deep sea. Because far below the reach of sunlight, another powerful force dominates the environment entirely. Pressure. Chapter 4. The crushing pressure of the Mariana Trench. Far out in the western Pacific Ocean, east of the Philippines and south of Japan, the seafloor begins to fold downward into one of the most extreme environments on the planet. This region, known as the Mariana Trench, is the deepest known part of Earth's oceans. It stretches more than 2,500 kilometers, about 1,550 miles, across the Pacific Basin, forming a long, crescent-shaped scar in the ocean floor where the Pacific tectonic plate slowly slides beneath the smaller Mariana Plate. The trench was first identified in the late 19th century during the famous HMS Challenger expedition, a British scientific voyage conducted between 1872 and 1876 that helped launch modern oceanography. Using weighted sounding lines lowered into the water, the crew discovered depths far greater than anyone had previously measured. The ocean, they realized, plunged far deeper than the tallest mountains on land. At the trench's deepest known point lies a small depression called Challenger Deep, named after that early expedition. Modern measurements estimate the depth here to be around 10,935 meters, or roughly 35,876 feet below the ocean surface. To understand the scale of that depth, scientists often compare it to Mount Everest, the highest point on Earth. If Everest were dropped into the trench and allowed to settle on the seafloor, its summit would still remain more than a mile beneath the ocean surface. It is a place so deep that sunlight has never touched it, and so remote that very few human beings have ever visited. Conditions at these depths are almost impossible to imagine. The most overwhelming force shaping life in the trench is pressure. Water pressure increases rapidly with depth, rising by about 1 atmosphere for every 10 meters descended. At Challenger Deep, the pressure reaches roughly 1,100 atmospheres, which translates to more than 16,000 pounds per square inch, pressing down on everything. Another way scientists sometimes describe this force is to compare it to stacking dozens of aircraft on top of a single object. The weight of roughly 50 jumbo jets pressing downward on a human body would create similar pressure. For organisms adapted to surface conditions, such force would be catastrophic. Cells would collapse, proteins would lose their structure, and biological membranes would become rigid and dysfunctional. Despite these crushing conditions, life persists even here. The first direct evidence of this came during one of the most daring deep-sea expeditions ever attempted. On January 23, 1960, oceanographer Jacques Piccard and U.S. Navy Lieutenant Don Walsh descended into the trench aboard a deep-diving vessel called the Bathyscaphe Trieste. The craft itself was an engineering marvel developed by Jacques Piccard's father, the Swiss physicist Auguste Piccard, who had previously pioneered high-altitude balloon exploration. The Trieste consisted of a steel pressure sphere suspended beneath a large float filled with gasoline, which provided buoyancy while resisting compression at depth. The descent into the trench took nearly 5 hours as the craft slowly sank through layers of darkening ocean water. Outside the small porthole windows, the environment gradually became darker until the sunlight disappeared completely. By the time Trieste reached the bottom of Challenger Deep, the surrounding landscape was illuminated only by the vessel's external lights. The seafloor appeared as a vast plain of fine sediment drifting slowly in the water like underwater dust. To the astonishment of the explorers, they reported seeing what appeared to be a fish-like creature moving across the seafloor. The sighting suggested that complex vertebrate life might exist even under the most extreme pressures in the ocean. Although later scientists debated whether the animal observed was truly a fish, or possibly a sea cucumber or flatfish-like organism, the observation nonetheless challenged assumptions about how deep vertebrates could survive. It demonstrated that the deepest parts of the ocean were not sterile environments, but ecosystems capable of supporting life. After the Trieste dive, more than 50 years passed before another human would return to Challenger Deep. On March 26, 2012, filmmaker and explorer James Cameron descended alone into the trench in a specially designed submersible called the Deep Sea Challenger. Unlike the bulky Trieste, Cameron's craft was a slender vertical vehicle built specifically for deep exploration and scientific sampling. The dive was part of the Deep Sea Challenge expedition, which aimed to capture high-resolution video and collect biological and geological samples from the deepest part of the ocean. Cameron spent nearly 3 hours on the seafloor documenting the environment. The landscape appeared stark and otherworldly, consisting of pale sediment stretching across a quiet, gently sloping plain. Yet even here, life appeared in surprising forms. Among the creatures documented were giant amphipods, crustaceans resembling oversized shrimp that can grow several inches long. These animals scavenge organic debris that slowly sinks from the upper ocean, thriving in an environment where food is extremely scarce. The presence of these unusually large crustaceans connects to one of the most curious biological patterns observed in deep oceans, a phenomenon known as deep-sea gigantism. Many animals living at extreme depths grow significantly larger than their relatives in shallower water. Giant amphipods, enormous isopods resembling armored pill bugs, and sea spiders with leg spans approaching half a meter have all been recorded in deep environments. Scientists are still debating why this occurs. One theory suggests that the cold temperatures of deep water slow metabolic processes, allowing organisms to grow slowly but live longer, eventually reaching larger sizes. Another hypothesis proposes that high pressure alters cellular chemistry in ways that favor larger body structures or reduce oxygen demand. Surviving extreme pressure requires biological solutions at the microscopic level. One of the most important adaptations involves cell membranes, the delicate lipid structures that control the flow of substances into and out of cells. Under high pressure, typical membrane lipids become rigid, preventing the cell from functioning properly. Deep-sea organisms compensate by incorporating specialized fatty molecules into their membranes that remain flexible even when compressed. This ensures that cellular processes such as nutrient transport and energy production can continue normally. Proteins and enzymes also face structural challenges under pressure. Many deep-sea organisms produce special stabilizing molecules called piezolites, which help maintain protein shape and function. One of the most studied piezolites is trimethylamine N-oxide, commonly abbreviated as TMAO. This compound accumulates in the tissues of deep-sea animals and helps counteract the destabilizing effects of pressure on proteins. Interestingly, the concentration of TMAO in fish tends to increase with depth, suggesting a direct biochemical relationship between pressure and the molecular composition of living tissue. The skeletons of deep-sea animals are also very different from those of shallow water species. Many deep-living fish possess light, flexible bones with reduced mineralization. Dense, heavily calcified skeletons would be more vulnerable to pressure-induced damage, so evolution has favored softer structures that bend slightly rather than break. In some species, the body becomes almost gelatinous, allowing the animal to tolerate compression without structural collapse. One remarkable example is the Hadal snailfish, a group of fish discovered during deep-sea expeditions in the Pacific trenches. The term Hadal refers to the deepest ocean zone, named after Hades, the ancient Greek underworld. Snailfish living in this environment have soft, translucent bodies and thin bones, allowing them to survive at depths exceeding 8,000 meters. Research expeditions conducted in 2014 and 2017 by scientists from the University of Washington documented several species of these fish living near trench bottoms, making them some of the deepest living vertebrates ever recorded. Finding food in such a remote environment is another major challenge. Because sunlight never reaches the Hadal zone, plants and algae cannot grow there. Instead, most organisms rely on a slow, constant rain of organic material drifting down from the upper ocean. This material is known as marine snow, and it consists of tiny particles such as dead plankton, fecal pellets, mucus, and fragments of decaying organisms. Though marine snow falls continuously, the amount reaching the trench floor is extremely small, making food one of the most limiting resources in the deep ocean. Many animals have evolved unusual feeding strategies to survive these conditions. Some fish possess enormous jaws and expandable stomachs that allow them to swallow prey nearly their own size whenever an opportunity appears. The gulper eel, sometimes called the pelican eel, has a balloon-like mouth that can expand dramatically to engulf large animals in a single strike. Other creatures rely on scavenging, waiting for larger carcasses drifting down from above. One of the most important sources of food for deep-sea ecosystems occurs when the body of a large animal sinks to the ocean floor. When a whale carcass falls into the deep ocean, it becomes the center of an entire ecological succession known as a whale fall. Scavenging fish and crustaceans arrive first, stripping away soft tissue. Later, specialized worms and bacteria colonize the bones, extracting nutrients for years or even decades. These events provide rare but crucial bursts of energy in environments where food is otherwise scarce. Exploring such extreme environments has only become possible through technological innovation. Modern oceanographic expeditions rely on remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, robotic submersibles equipped with cameras, lights, and manipulator arms capable of collecting samples from crushing depths. One such vehicle, the ROV Nereus, successfully reached the bottom of the Mariana Trench in 2009, capturing images and collecting geological samples. Autonomous underwater vehicles, high-pressure resistant cameras, and specialized deep-sea sensors now allow researchers to study areas once thought completely unreachable. Even with these advances, however, vast portions of the deep ocean remain unexplored. Every expedition continues to reveal unfamiliar species, strange biological adaptations, and landscapes that challenge previous assumptions about life on Earth. The deeper scientists travel into the ocean, the more unusual and unexpected the discoveries become. Yet the deep ocean is not entirely silent or lifeless. In fact, within the black water surrounding these depths, countless tiny flashes of light appear every night, brief signals shimmering in the darkness like distant stars. Chapter 5. Creatures that glow in the dark. If a human could drift quietly through the deep ocean at night, the darkness would not feel empty. Instead, the surrounding water would come alive with sudden flashes of light, brief sparks flickering in the distance, drifting clouds of glowing particles, and thin streaks of blue illumination tracing the paths of unseen animals. Every movement might trigger another pulse of light somewhere nearby. A passing fish could leave a glowing trail behind it. A disturbed cloud of plankton might ignite like tiny stars suspended in water. This strange illumination is known as bioluminescence, and it is one of the most common survival strategies in the deep sea. Marine biologists estimate that more than 75% of deep ocean animals are capable of producing light in some form, making the darkness of the deep ocean far more dynamic than it first appears. The glow produced by these organisms is not magical, but chemical. In most bioluminescent systems, light is generated through a reaction between two key components, a molecule called luciferin and an enzyme known as luciferase. When luciferin reacts with oxygen in the presence of luciferase, the chemical reaction releases energy in the form of visible light. What makes this reaction remarkable is its efficiency. Almost all of the energy produced becomes light rather than heat, which is why bioluminescence is often described as cold light. Unlike a flame or incandescent bulb, which wastes most of its energy as heat, bioluminescent reactions convert nearly all of their energy into illumination. In the cold darkness of the deep ocean, this efficiency makes the glow especially bright and noticeable. Human fascination with glowing seas goes back centuries. Sailors traveling across warm tropical waters often reported seeing the ocean surface sparkle or glow at night. In the 18th and 19th centuries, Ship logs from voyages through the Arabian Sea, the Indian Ocean, and parts of the Caribbean frequently described waves that shimmered with blue light as ships moved through them. At the time, many sailors believed the glow came from phosphorescent minerals or mysterious electrical properties of seawater. It was not until later scientific investigations that researchers realized the light came from tiny organisms living near the surface. Many of these glowing displays are caused by microscopic plankton known as dinoflagellates. These single-celled organisms drift through surface waters and produce flashes of light when disturbed. The mechanical motion of waves, swimming fish, or even the hull of a passing ship can trigger the chemical reaction inside the cells. When large numbers of dinoflagellates are present, entire stretches of ocean can glow with a faint blue light. Beaches in places such as Puerto Rico's Mosquito Bay, parts of the Maldives, and coastal regions of California occasionally experience spectacular nighttime displays in which breaking waves sparkle with thousands of flashing points of light. As one descends deeper into the ocean, however, bioluminescence becomes far more elaborate. In the twilight and midnight zones, sunlight disappears completely, leaving darkness that extends for thousands of meters. In these depths, light becomes one of the most important tools animals can use for survival. Some species generate brief flashes to startle predators. Others produce steady glows to lure prey or communicate with potential mates. Over millions of years, evolution has turned light into a versatile biological language. One of the most famous examples of bioluminescent adaptation is found in the anglerfish, a deep-sea predator that has fascinated scientists for nearly 2 centuries. Early specimens of anglerfish were collected during 19th century dredging expeditions, but their unusual anatomy puzzled researchers for decades. Female anglerfish possess a flexible rod extending from their foreheads, tipped with a bulb-like structure known as an esker. Inside this bulb live colonies of bioluminescent bacteria. These bacteria generate light continuously, producing a small glowing lure that the anglerfish waves slowly through the water. In the darkness of the deep sea, many animals are attracted to any source of light, mistaking it for food or another organism. When curious fish approach the glow, they often drift directly into the anglerfish's enormous mouth. The predator's jaws can open extremely wide, and its teeth curve inward to prevent escape. This hunting strategy allows anglerfish to capture prey in an environment where encounters with food can be extremely rare. Interestingly, the bacterial partners responsible for producing the glow are not simply accidental passengers. Research suggests that young anglerfish acquire these bacteria from the surrounding seawater early in life, forming a stable symbiotic relationship that benefits both organisms. Not all bioluminescent animals use light to hunt. Some use it as a form of camouflage in a strategy known as counter-illumination. This technique allows animals to hide their silhouettes by matching the faint glow of sunlight filtering down from above. One of the best-studied examples is the Hawaiian bobtail squid, a small nocturnal species living in shallow coastal waters around the Hawaiian Islands. During the day, the squid hides in the sand, but at night it emerges to hunt. On the underside of the bobtail squid's body are specialized light-producing organs that house colonies of bioluminescent bacteria. These bacteria emit a soft glow that the squid carefully controls using reflective tissues and adjustable shutters. By matching the brightness of the light coming from above, the squid eliminates its shadow, making it nearly invisible to predators looking upward from below. Research conducted by marine biologists at the University of Hawaii during the 1980s demonstrated that the squid can adjust the brightness of its glow to match subtle changes in moonlight or starlight filtering through the water. The animal effectively erases its outline by blending its own light with the faint illumination of the ocean surface. Other animals deploy light as a defensive weapon. The deep-sea shrimp Acanthophira purpurea possesses glands that release a cloud of glowing fluid when the animal is threatened. When a predator attacks, the shrimp ejects this luminous substance into the surrounding water, creating a bright burst of light that temporarily blinds or distracts the attacker. In the confusion, the shrimp can quickly escape into the darkness. Some species of squid employ a similar tactic, releasing clouds of glowing mucus that continue to shine even after drifting away from the animal's body. To a predator suddenly confronted with a glowing cloud, the real target becomes difficult to locate. Among the most unusual bioluminescent adaptations is the ability to produce red light. Most deep-sea organisms are sensitive only to blue wavelengths because blue light travels farthest through seawater. As a result, nearly all natural bioluminescence in the ocean appears blue or blue-green. Red light is extremely rare in the deep sea because most animals cannot see it. This unusual limitation has been exploited by certain predators such as the dragonfish, a group of deep-sea fish first studied during oceanographic expeditions in the early 20th century. Dragonfish possess specialized light organs capable of producing red bioluminescent beams. Because most other deep-sea animals cannot detect red wavelengths, the dragonfish effectively carries a hidden flashlight, so it can illuminate potential prey without revealing its presence. To the prey animal, the environment remains dark, while the dragonfish can clearly see its target in the red glow. This adaptation allows dragonfish to hunt with remarkable stealth in the darkness of the deep ocean. Bioluminescence also plays an important role in communication. Many fish and squid possess rows of small light organs called photophores arranged along their bodies. These structures can produce patterns of glowing dots or stripes that flash in coordinated sequences. In some species, these patterns help individuals recognize members of their own species in the darkness. In others, the patterns may play a role in mating behavior or group coordination. Certain squid species exhibit particularly striking displays of synchronized light. Schools of these animals can pulse with waves of bioluminescent flashes that ripple across the group, creating shimmering patterns visible from a distance. Researchers believe these displays may help individuals maintain spacing within the group or signal changes in movement direction. In an environment where visual cues are otherwise scarce, patterns of light become an effective method of communication. Bioluminescent bacteria themselves often form long-term partnerships with larger marine animals. One well-known example is the flashlight fish, scientifically known as Anomalops catoptron. These fish possess specialized pouches beneath their eyes that house glowing bacteria. By rotating the pouch inward or outward, the fish can quickly turn the light on or off, producing blinking signals that resemble the beam of a tiny lantern. Flashlight fish often swim in groups at night, and their synchronized blinking patterns may help maintain group cohesion while also illuminating small prey in the surrounding water. Across the ocean, bioluminescence appears in countless forms: glowing tentacles, flashing spots, drifting clouds of light, and slowly pulsing halos around delicate jellyfish. What unites all of these displays is their function. In the darkness of the deep ocean, light becomes a versatile tool for survival. It can lure prey toward waiting predators, hide an animal's silhouette against faint surface glow, startle attackers, or signal information to nearby companions. In effect, light becomes a language of the deep sea, spoken through chemical reactions and biological design. Each flash or glow carries information about danger, opportunity, or identity. In a world where sunlight never reaches, evolution has turned darkness itself into a canvas for communication. Yet light is only one way that life communicates in the ocean. Beneath the waves, another form of signaling travels even farther and faster than light ever could. Chapter 6. The Ocean's Invisible Symphony. To human senses, the ocean often feels quiet. From the deck of a ship, the surface may appear calm and silent, broken only by wind and waves. Beneath the water, however, the ocean is anything but quiet. It is filled with an intricate tapestry of sound, pulses, clicks, hums, whistles, and distant rumbles that travel through the water in every direction. Marine animals experience this environment not primarily through sight, but through hearing. In many ways, the ocean is less like a dark landscape and more like a vast acoustic world where information moves through vibration rather than light. The reason sound plays such a powerful role underwater comes down to physics. Water transmits sound far more efficiently than air. In the atmosphere, sound waves quickly lose energy as they spread outward, but in seawater they can travel long distances with very little loss. Sound moves through water at roughly 1,500 meters per second, about 4 times faster than it does through air. Under the right conditions, certain frequencies can even travel across entire ocean basins. One of the key reasons for this remarkable transmission lies in a natural layer of the ocean known as the Seafloor channel, short for sound fixing and ranging. This layer, typically located between 600 and 1,200 meters below the surface, acts as a kind of acoustic waveguide where sound waves become trapped and bounce back and forth, allowing them to travel thousands of kilometers with minimal distortion. Marine animals have evolved to take advantage of this acoustic highway. Some of the most dramatic examples come from the largest animals ever to live on Earth, blue whales. These enormous mammals can grow more than 30 meters long and weigh over 150 tons, yet they communicate using sounds so low in frequency that humans can barely hear them. Blue whale calls often fall in the 10 to 40 hertz range, which is far below the pitch of most human speech. These calls can reach intensities of around 188 decibels underwater, making them among the loudest biological sounds ever recorded. Marine biologists studying whale acoustics during the 1970s and 1980s, particularly researchers associated with the Scripps Institution of Oceanography, discovered that these low-frequency signals could travel astonishing distances. Under ideal ocean conditions, blue whale calls may propagate hundreds or even thousands of kilometers. This ability allows whales separated by enormous stretches of ocean to remain in contact with one another. In the vast and often featureless open sea, sound becomes a way to maintain social connections across distances that would otherwise isolate individuals completely. Other whale species use sound in even more complex ways. Humpback whales, for example, produce elaborate sequences of calls known as songs. These songs were first brought to widespread scientific attention in the 1960s by marine biologist Dr. Roger Payne, who recorded humpback vocalizations and revealed their surprisingly structured nature. A typical humpback song may last 15 to 20 minutes and consists of repeating phrases organized into patterns. What fascinated researchers most was that the songs are not static. Over time, the structure of the songs gradually changes, with new patterns spreading across whale populations like cultural trends. Researchers have observed that humpback whale songs can evolve across entire ocean basins. A new variation introduced in one region may slowly spread from one population to another over several years, almost like a musical idea moving through a global community. This phenomenon suggests that whales may learn and imitate one another's vocal patterns, making humpback song one of the clearest examples of cultural transmission in non-human animals. While whales rely on long-distance calls, dolphins use sound in a more immediate and precise way. Dolphins possess one of the most sophisticated sonar systems in the animal kingdom, a biological ability known as echolocation. By producing rapid sequences of high-frequency clicks, dolphins send bursts of sound into the surrounding water. When these sound waves strike objects, they bounce back as echoes that the dolphin's sensitive hearing system interprets. From these echoes, dolphins can determine not only the distance to an object, but also its size, shape, and even internal structure. Experiments conducted during the 1970s by neuroscientist Dr. Diana Race and other researchers demonstrated just how precise this ability can be. In controlled laboratory conditions, dolphins were able to distinguish between objects of slightly different shapes and materials using only sonar clicks. Some studies showed that dolphins could detect objects smaller than a golf ball, even when those objects were buried in sediment or hidden within opaque containers. For dolphins navigating murky coastal waters or hunting prey at night, echolocation functions almost like an acoustic form of vision. Sound plays an equally important role for many fish species, though their methods of producing it differ dramatically from those of whales and dolphins. Numerous fish generate noises by vibrating specialized muscles against their swim bladders, gas-filled organs that help control buoyancy. These vibrations create drumming, humming, or croaking sounds that can travel through the surrounding water. In some species, these calls serve as mating signals, helping individuals locate partners in crowded environments. Coral reef ecosystems are particularly rich in these fish-generated sounds. Researchers recording underwater audio in places such as the Great Barrier Reef have discovered that reefs produce a constant background chorus made up of thousands of individual fish calls. The combined effect resembles a steady hum or crackling noise that can be heard even from a distance. For marine animals, this acoustic signature may function like an environmental landmark. Some studies suggest that fish larvae drifting through the open ocean can actually use the sound of reef noise to locate suitable habitats where they can settle and grow. Among the loudest contributors to this underwater symphony are not whales or fish, but tiny crustaceans known as snapping shrimp. These shrimp possess an oversized claw that they can close with incredible speed. When the claw snaps shut, it generates a high-velocity jet of water that creates a cavitation bubble, a small pocket of vapor formed by rapid pressure changes. When this bubble collapses, it releases a sharp popping sound that can reach over 200 decibels locally, making it one of the loudest biological noises relative to the animal's size. In shallow tropical waters, snapping shrimp often live in dense colonies numbering thousands of individuals. When many shrimp snap their claws simultaneously, the resulting sound resembles a continuous crackling noise, sometimes compared to the sound of frying bacon. During World War II, submarine crews discovered that these shrimp colonies could interfere with sonar systems, masking the acoustic signatures of ships and submarines. Even today, snapping shrimp remain one of the dominant sources of natural noise in many coastal environments. Marine mammals such as seals and sea lions also rely on sound to navigate and survive in their environment. Some species possess an extraordinary neurological adaptation that allows them to sleep with only half of their brain at a time. This behavior, known as unihemispheric slow-wave sleep, enables the animal to rest while maintaining partial awareness of its surroundings. Studies conducted on fur seals by researchers at the University of California in the early 2000s demonstrated that while one hemisphere of the brain sleeps, the other remains alert enough to detect sounds in the environment. This allows the animal to remain responsive to predators or other disturbances even while resting. For scientists studying marine ecosystems, sound has become an invaluable tool for understanding life beneath the waves. Researchers deploy underwater microphones called hydrophones to listen to the ocean's acoustic environment. These instruments can be anchored to the seafloor, suspended in the water column, or even attached to drifting buoys. By recording the ocean continuously, hydrophones allow scientists to track everything from whale migrations to distant underwater earthquakes. Large hydrophone networks now operate in several parts of the world's oceans. Some monitor whale populations in the Pacific Ocean, while others track ice movement and marine mammals in the Arctic. These recordings often reveal patterns that would be impossible to detect through visual observation alone. Seasonal changes in whale calls, for example, can help scientists identify migration routes and breeding grounds. Sudden bursts of acoustic activity may signal underwater landslides or volcanic events occurring deep beneath the seafloor. In recent decades, however, researchers have noticed that the ocean's natural soundscape is changing. Human activity has introduced new sources of noise that now permeate many parts of the marine environment. Commercial shipping traffic, which has expanded dramatically since the 1950s, produces a continuous background rumble from propellers and engines. Busy shipping lanes, particularly those crossing the North Atlantic between North America and Europe, generate persistent low-frequency noise that overlaps with the frequencies used by many whale species for communication. Other human-generated sounds come from naval sonar systems, offshore oil and gas exploration, and industrial construction. These sounds can travel long distances underwater, sometimes affecting animals far from their source. Marine biologists studying these effects have begun documenting how whales and other animals adjust their behavior in response to increased noise. One of the leading researchers in this field, Dr. Christopher Clark of Cornell University's Bioacoustics Research Program, has studied how rising ocean noise levels influence whale communication. In some cases, whales appear to compensate by increasing the volume of their calls or shifting their pitch. Others alter the timing of their vocalizations to avoid periods of intense noise. These behavioral adjustments suggest that whales are attempting to adapt to an increasingly crowded acoustic environment. Despite these growing challenges, sound remains the ocean's most important communication network. Through vibrations traveling invisibly through the water, animals locate prey, maintain social bonds, coordinate group movements, and navigate across vast distances. In the darkness where light fades quickly, sound carries the information that life depends on. Yet even this extraordinary sensory system is not the only way marine animals orient themselves in the vast ocean. Some creatures possess abilities that seem almost impossible from a human perspective. Rather than relying solely on sound or sight, they navigate using invisible forces embedded in the planet itself. Chapter 7. The magnetic maps of the sea. For animals traveling across the open ocean, navigation presents a challenge unlike anything found on land. On continents, animals can rely on rivers, mountains, forests, or coastlines as reference points that help guide their movements. The open ocean offers almost none of these cues. A migrating animal may travel for weeks or months across thousands of kilometers of water without ever encountering a visible landmark. Yet despite this seemingly featureless environment, countless marine species move across the oceans with astonishing precision. Some return to the same stretch of shoreline where they were born decades earlier. Others cross entire ocean basins along routes that appear almost perfectly consistent from year to year. For many decades, scientists struggled to understand how animals could accomplish these journeys in such a vast and constantly changing environment. One of the most compelling examples of this navigational ability appears in sea turtles, particularly the loggerhead sea turtle, caretta. These animals begin life on sandy beaches scattered across subtropical coastlines around the world. After hatching from eggs buried in the sand, the tiny hatchlings scramble toward the ocean and begin a journey that may span thousands of kilometers. During their early years, young turtles drift through large ocean current systems while feeding on small marine organisms. Decades later, mature females return to the same beaches where they hatched in order to lay their own eggs. In some cases, these migrations involve crossing the entire Atlantic Ocean, with turtles traveling between feeding grounds near North America and nesting beaches in the Caribbean or Western Africa. For years, scientists wondered how such precise returns were possible. Unlike birds, turtles cannot easily view the landscape from above, and the open ocean provides few visual clues about location. The answer began to emerge during a series of experiments conducted in the 1990s by biologists, including Dr. Kenneth Lohman at the University of North Carolina. Lohman and his colleagues designed controlled experiments in which young sea turtles were placed in circular water tanks surrounded by large electromagnetic coils. These coils allowed researchers to simulate changes in the Earth's magnetic field inside the laboratory. By altering the magnetic field to mimic conditions found in different parts of the Atlantic Ocean, the scientists could observe how hatchlings responded. The results were striking. When the magnetic field in the tank was adjusted to resemble the field found in a specific region of the Atlantic, the hatchlings changed the direction in which they attempted to swim. These responses matched the directions the turtles would need to travel if they were actually located in those ocean regions. The experiments suggested that sea turtles possessed the ability to detect subtle variations in Earth's magnetic field and use them as navigational cues. In essence, the turtles appeared to possess a magnetic map of the ocean. The Earth's magnetic field is not perfectly uniform across the planet. Instead, it varies slightly in strength and orientation depending on geographic location. Two properties of the magnetic field are particularly important for navigation: magnetic intensity, which measures the strength of the field, and magnetic inclination, which describes the angle at which magnetic field lines intersect the Earth's surface. Different locations across the globe possess distinct combinations of these two properties. For animals capable of sensing them, these variations create what scientists sometimes describe as magnetic signatures, unique identifiers associated with particular regions of the ocean. Sea turtles appear able to memorize the magnetic signature of the beach where they hatched. As they grow and migrate across the ocean, they can compare the magnetic conditions around them with this stored memory. If the field they detect differs from the one associated with their birth beach, they can adjust their swimming direction until the magnetic signals match. This remarkable ability effectively provides the turtles with an internal navigation system similar to a biological GPS, allowing them to orient themselves even when no visual landmarks are available. Other marine animals use entirely different strategies to accomplish their migrations. Salmon, for example, are famous for returning to the same freshwater rivers where they were born after spending years in the open ocean. Species such as Pacific salmon, Oncorhynchus, hatch in mountain streams before migrating downstream to the sea, where they grow and feed for several years. When they reach maturity, they begin an extraordinary return journey that may span thousands of kilometers. Eventually, they arrive at the mouth of their original river and swim upstream to reproduce. Scientists studying salmon migrations during the 1970s and 1980s, particularly researchers working with the U.S. National Marine Fisheries Service, discovered that salmon rely heavily on chemical cues to locate their natal rivers. Each river carries a distinctive mixture of dissolved minerals and organic compounds derived from surrounding soil, vegetation, and geology. Salmon appear able to memorize the chemical signature of the water where they hatched. Years later, when they approach the coastline, they detect subtle differences in water chemistry that guide them back toward the correct river system. This process, often referred to as olfactory imprinting, allows salmon to identify the precise stream where they began life. Another remarkable migration occurs in the life cycle of the European eel, Anguilla anguilla. These slender fish spend most of their lives in freshwater rivers and lakes across Europe and North Africa. Yet when they reach maturity, they begin a mysterious journey back to a specific region of the Atlantic Ocean known as the Sargasso Sea, located east of Florida and the Bahamas. This migration can exceed 5,000 kilometers, carrying the eels across the open ocean to a place where scientists believe they reproduce before dying. For much of the 20th century, this migration remained largely mysterious because adult eels were rarely observed during the journey. In recent years, however, new tracking technologies have begun to reveal their movements. Satellite tagging studies conducted in the 2000s by researchers at the Technical University of Denmark attached small electronic tags to migrating eels. These devices recorded depth, temperature, and location data before eventually detaching and transmitting the information to satellites. The results showed that European eels follow complex routes across the Atlantic, often swimming at depths of several hundred meters while taking advantage of ocean currents that help propel them toward the Sargasso Sea. Ocean currents themselves form vast pathways that many migrating animals use to conserve energy. These currents are driven by a combination of global wind patterns, Earth's rotation, and differences in temperature and salinity within seawater. Together, these forces create enormous circulating systems known as gyres that dominate the movement of water across the planet's oceans. One of the most prominent examples is the North Atlantic Gyre, a massive circular current system that includes several well-known currents. Warm water flows northward along the eastern coast of North America in the Gulf Stream, then turns eastward across the Atlantic as the North Atlantic Current. Eventually, the water cools and moves southward along the coast of Europe and Africa as the Canary Current, before returning westward through the North Equatorial Current. Many marine animals appear to incorporate these predictable flows into their migration routes, allowing them to travel long distances while expending less energy. Navigation becomes even more challenging in the open ocean because animals may spend months without encountering land. In the Central Pacific or Atlantic, a migrating animal could travel across thousands of kilometers of water with no visible landmarks to guide it. Despite this, species ranging from sea turtles to sharks and tuna repeatedly arrive at specific feeding grounds or breeding areas year after year. This consistency suggests that animals combine multiple navigational cues rather than relying on a single sense. Magnetic fields may provide large-scale orientation, helping animals determine general direction across the ocean. Ocean currents offer additional guidance by carrying animals along predictable pathways. Temperature gradients and salinity patterns can indicate the presence of particular water masses associated with feeding grounds or migration routes. Some animals may also use celestial cues, such as the position of the sun or stars, when they travel near the surface. Memory appears to play an important role as well. Tracking studies using satellite tags have shown that certain species of sea turtles and sharks follow remarkably similar migration paths across multiple years. These repeated journeys suggest that animals gradually build mental maps of the ocean during their early migrations. Over time, these routes become deeply ingrained patterns of behavior, sometimes shared across entire populations. Environmental signals further refine these journeys. Changes in water temperature, for example, can signal the boundaries between major ocean currents or water masses. Many predators follow these boundaries because they concentrate prey. Atlantic bluefin tuna, one of the fastest fish in the ocean, often migrate along temperature fronts where warm and cold water meet. These zones frequently attract squid, small fish, and other prey species, turning them into productive feeding areas. By combining magnetic sensing, environmental cues, and learned migration routes, marine animals navigate one of the most complex environments on Earth. Their journeys span thousands of kilometers and may continue across decades of life, linking distant ecosystems across the planet's oceans. These migrations represent some of the largest coordinated movements of life on Earth. Yet even these epic journeys are not the largest movements occurring beneath the waves. In fact, there is another migration that dwarfs them all. One that happens every single day and involves billions of animals rising and sinking through the ocean together. And sometimes it can seem as though the entire ocean is moving at once. Chapter 8. The largest migration on Earth. As evening approaches over the open ocean, the surface water often appears calm and quiet, reflecting fading sunlight as day transitions toward night. Beneath that tranquil surface, however, a massive transformation is beginning. In the dim waters, hundreds of meters below, billions of small marine animals begin to move. Slowly at first, almost imperceptibly, they drift upward through the water column. Over the next several hours, the movement grows larger and more organized, until vast numbers of organisms that had remained hidden in darkness throughout the day begin rising toward the surface. By midnight, the upper ocean becomes crowded with life that had been nearly invisible only hours earlier. Then, just before sunrise, the process reverses. The animals descend once again into the depths, disappearing back into the dark layers where they remain hidden through the following day. This remarkable daily journey is known as diel vertical migration, a phenomenon considered by many scientists to be the largest animal migration on Earth when measured by the total number of organisms involved. Unlike famous migrations on land, such as herds of wildebeest crossing the African savanna, this movement happens quietly and invisibly beneath the waves. Yet the scale of the migration is immense. Every evening, billions and likely trillions of individual animals rise upward through the ocean, collectively traveling hundreds of meters toward the surface before returning to deeper waters the next morning. Most of this activity occurs within a region of the ocean known as the mesopelagic zone, often called the twilight zone. This layer lies roughly between 200 and 1,000 meters below the ocean surface. Sunlight in this region becomes extremely faint, fading gradually until complete darkness takes over in the deeper layers below. During daylight hours, the twilight zone provides a relatively safe refuge for many small marine animals, because the dim light makes it difficult for predators to see them. The existence of this enormous daily migration was first discovered somewhat accidentally during World War II. Naval operators using sonar equipment to search for enemy submarines began noticing a strange signal appearing on their instruments. The sonar pulses seemed to bounce off a dense layer suspended somewhere beneath the ocean surface. At first, military technicians wondered whether the signal might indicate an underwater geological feature or possibly a hidden fleet of submarines. What puzzled them most was that the layer did not remain stationary. Instead, it appeared to rise closer to the surface during the night and sink deeper again during the day. This mysterious phenomenon became known as the deep scattering layer, named after the way sonar signals scattered when they struck the dense layer of objects in the water. Only later, during post-war oceanographic research expeditions, did scientists realize that the layer was actually composed of enormous numbers of living organisms. Rather than a solid structure, it was a moving biological cloud made up of fish, crustaceans, jellyfish, and other small animals drifting together through the ocean. Among the most abundant participants in this migration are lanternfish, small deep-sea fish belonging to the family Myctophidae. Lanternfish typically grow only a few inches long, but they are equipped with rows of light-producing organs called photophores along their bodies. These photophores allow them to emit faint bioluminescent glows, which may help them communicate with other members of their species or blend in with faint light filtering down from above. Although each individual lanternfish is small, their total numbers are staggering. Some scientific estimates suggest that lanternfish may be among the most numerous vertebrates on Earth, with global populations possibly reaching into the trillions. Lanternfish are far from the only organisms participating in the nightly ascent. The migrating layer also includes krill, shrimp, squid, jellyfish, copepods, and numerous other planktonic animals. Many of these creatures spend daylight hours deeper in the water column, where the darkness helps conceal them from predators that rely on vision to hunt. When the sun sets and surface waters become darker, these animals rise upward toward the upper ocean where food becomes more abundant. The primary motivation behind this daily migration appears to be predator avoidance combined with feeding opportunities. During daylight hours, predators such as tuna, dolphins, seabirds, and larger fish can easily detect small animals near the surface. Remaining deeper during the day reduces the risk of being seen and eaten. At night, when darkness spreads across the surface waters, the risk decreases dramatically. Under cover of darkness, the animals rise upward to feed on phytoplankton and smaller zooplankton drifting near the surface. This daily movement is so massive that it can be detected not only by sonar, but sometimes even by satellite observations of ocean surface conditions. Researchers using acoustic instruments have found that the migrating layer can extend across enormous areas of the ocean. Studies conducted by scientists at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, MBARI, during the 1990s used deep-sea cameras and acoustic sensors to track the behavior of these animals in Monterey Bay. Their research confirmed that the migrating layer could stretch across vast regions of the ocean, rising and falling like an enormous biological tide each day. Beyond its sheer size, diel vertical migration plays a critical role in regulating the global carbon cycle. When animals feed near the ocean surface, they consume plankton that have absorbed carbon dioxide through photosynthesis. After feeding, the animals descend back into deeper water. As they digest their meals and produce waste, they release carbon-containing particles that sink deeper into the ocean. When animals die at depth, their bodies also contribute to this downward transport of carbon. This process forms a key component of what scientists call the biological pump, a natural system that helps move carbon from the atmosphere into the deep ocean. By transporting carbon downward through their daily movements, migrating animals help lock carbon away in deep-sea sediments where it may remain for centuries or even longer. Without this constant transfer of organic material into the depths, much more carbon dioxide would remain in the atmosphere, potentially intensifying climate warming. The nightly migration also shapes the behavior of predators throughout the ocean. Many species have evolved hunting strategies that take advantage of the predictable upward movement of prey. Certain deep-sea fish position themselves along the migration route and wait for animals to drift past before launching quick attacks. Squid, which are fast and agile swimmers, often follow the migrating layer upward each evening, feeding aggressively while prey is abundant. Even some of the largest animals in the ocean benefit from this daily movement. Sperm whales, famous for their deep diving abilities, frequently hunt squid and other organisms associated with these migrating layers. During the 2000s, marine biologists from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution attached electronic tags to sperm whales to track their diving behavior. The data revealed that many of the whales' deepest feeding dives occurred during nighttime hours, when migrating prey had moved closer to the surface. Despite decades of research, scientists are still trying to understand exactly how these animals coordinate their movements with such precision. Changes in light levels appear to be one of the most important triggers for the migration. As sunlight fades during sunset, the decreasing light intensity signals animals that it is safe to begin their ascent. Similarly, the first faint light of dawn prompts the animals to descend again into deeper water. However, the timing of the migration can also be influenced by other environmental factors. Variations in moonlight, cloud cover, and water clarity can alter how much light penetrates the ocean surface. On bright moonlit nights, for example, some animals remain deeper for longer periods to avoid being seen by predators. Even subtle differences in ocean turbidity, caused by suspended particles or plankton blooms, can affect how quickly light fades with depth and therefore influence the timing of the migration. Because so many animals participate in this daily journey, diel vertical migration may be one of the most important biological processes occurring in the ocean. It connects surface ecosystems with the deep sea, transferring energy and nutrients between layers that would otherwise remain largely separate. The migration supports countless predators and plays a key role in shaping marine food webs across the planet. Yet while this movement is enormous, it represents only one aspect of how animals survive in the ocean. Movement alone is not enough. In a world filled with predators, darkness, and immense distances, many marine animals rely on senses far more powerful and specialized than those humans possess. And some of those senses are so extraordinary that they almost seem like abilities from another world. Chapter 9. The Super Senses of the Ocean. In the deeper and darker regions of the ocean, vision often becomes one of the least reliable senses an animal can possess. Water absorbs light rapidly, especially red wavelengths, leaving only faint blue light penetrating the upper layers of the sea. As depth increases, even that limited illumination disappears. Suspended particles such as sediment, plankton, and organic debris scatter the remaining light, creating an environment where objects become difficult to distinguish even at short distances. For animals living in these murky or lightless waters, relying solely on eyesight would make survival nearly impossible. As a result, many marine species have evolved sensory abilities that allow them to perceive aspects of the environment completely invisible to human perception. Among the most famous examples of these extraordinary senses are the electrical detection abilities of sharks and rays. These animals possess specialized sensory organs known as the ampullae of Lorenzini, named after the Italian physician Stefano Lorenzini, who first described them in the 17th century. These organs appear as tiny pores scattered across the snout and head of the animal, each leading to a canal filled with conductive jelly. Inside the canal lie clusters of sensory cells connected to the shark's nervous system. The structure allows the shark to detect extremely faint electrical signals in the surrounding water. All living animals generate small electrical fields as part of normal biological activity. When muscles contract or nerves transmit signals, tiny electrical currents are produced. For most creatures, these signals are far too weak to detect, but sharks can sense them with extraordinary sensitivity. Experiments conducted during the 1960s by biologist Adrianus Kalmine demonstrated just how powerful this ability can be. In controlled studies, Kalmine buried fish beneath sand while allowing only their electrical signals to remain detectable. Sharks swimming nearby were still able to locate the hidden prey with remarkable accuracy, even when the fish themselves were completely concealed from sight and smell. The experiments showed that sharks could respond to electrical fields as small as 5 billionths of a volt per centimeter, a sensitivity far beyond any human-made electrical detector of the time. This electrical sense gives sharks an enormous advantage when hunting in environments where visibility is poor. A fish buried in sand or hiding beneath sediment may escape detection by sight, but its electrical activity remains impossible to conceal. By sweeping their heads slowly back and forth near the seafloor, sharks can effectively scan the environment for electrical signals, locating prey even when it is completely hidden. While sharks rely on electricity, many other marine animals depend heavily on chemical sensing. In the ocean, chemicals dissolve and disperse through water, creating invisible trails that can travel long distances with ocean currents. Crustaceans such as crabs and lobsters have evolved highly sensitive systems for detecting these chemical cues. Their antennae are covered with thousands of microscopic sensory hairs, known as chemoreceptors, each capable of detecting tiny amounts of specific molecules dissolved in the water. These chemical signals often originate from food sources. When a piece of decaying organic material or an injured animal releases chemical compounds into the water, the surrounding currents carry those molecules outward in thin plumes. Crabs and lobsters can detect these plumes and follow them upstream through the current, gradually tracing the chemical gradient back to its source. Laboratory studies have shown that crabs can track scent trails across surprisingly long distances, adjusting their movements in response to subtle changes in chemical concentration. In environments where visibility is limited by sediment or darkness, chemical detection can become more reliable than vision. Estuaries, coastal marshes, and deep-sea environments often contain high levels of suspended particles, that scatter light. Under such conditions, smell and taste provide far more dependable information about the surrounding environment. Few animals demonstrate the versatility of marine senses more dramatically than the octopus. These intelligent cephalopods rely on an extraordinary combination of touch and taste to explore their surroundings. Each of an octopus's 8 arms contains hundreds of suction cups, and embedded within these cups are specialized chemoreceptors capable of detecting chemical compounds. When an octopus touches an object, it can effectively taste it at the same time. This allows the animal to identify potential prey or recognize objects in complete darkness. Even more remarkable is the way the octopus nervous system processes this sensory information. Research conducted at Harvard University during the early 2000s revealed that a large portion of an octopus's neurons are located not in its central brain, but within its arms. Each arm contains complex neural networks capable of processing sensory signals and controlling movement independently. As a result, an octopus arm can perform exploratory movements, manipulate objects, and react to stimuli without requiring constant direction from the brain. In a sense, each arm operates like a semi-autonomous extension of the animal's intelligence. Marine mammals have also evolved sensory adaptations suited to life in water. Seals, for example, possess an unusual neurological trait that allows them to remain partially aware of their surroundings, even while sleeping. This behavior is known as unihemispheric slow-wave sleep, a state in which one half of the brain sleeps while the other half remains awake. Researchers studying northern fur seals during the 1990s observed that when the animals rest in water, one eye often remains open while the opposite hemisphere of the brain stays active. This arrangement allows the seal to monitor its environment for predators or other threats, while still obtaining the rest it needs. Some marine animals enhance their sensory abilities through physiological adaptations that improve the speed and efficiency of their nervous systems. One example is the Atlantic bluefin tuna, a powerful predator capable of crossing entire ocean basins while hunting schools of fish. Unlike most fish, bluefin tuna are partially warm-blooded, meaning they can maintain body temperatures significantly higher than the surrounding water. Specialized heat-exchanging structures within their circulatory systems conserve metabolic heat generated by their swimming muscles. This elevated body temperature provides several advantages. Warmer muscles can contract more quickly and generate greater power, allowing tuna to accelerate rapidly while pursuing prey. Equally important, the warmer internal temperature enhances the performance of the tuna's nervous system and sensory organs, enabling faster reaction times and more precise movements during high-speed chases. Among the most extraordinary predators in the ocean is the mantis shrimp, a crustacean famous for one of the fastest strikes in the animal kingdom. Despite their relatively small size, mantis shrimp possess powerful appendages shaped like clubs or spears, depending on the species. These limbs are driven by specialized spring-like mechanisms within the shrimp's muscles. When released, the appendage accelerates with astonishing speed, striking prey with tremendous force. High-speed camera studies conducted in 2004 at the University of California, Berkeley revealed that mantis shrimp strikes can reach speeds comparable to a .22 caliber bullet. The rapid movement generates intense pressure changes in the surrounding water, producing cavitation bubbles that collapse almost instantly. When these bubbles implode, they release a secondary shockwave capable of stunning or killing prey. The combined mechanical impact and cavitation shock make the mantis shrimp's strike one of the most powerful attacks relative to body size found anywhere in the animal kingdom. Fish possess another specialized sensory system that allows them to perceive movements in the surrounding water. This system, known as the lateral line, consists of a series of fluid-filled canals running along the sides of the fish's body. Within these canals are clusters of sensitive cells called neuromasts, which respond to changes in water pressure and vibration. When nearby animals swim, they create small disturbances in the water that propagate outward as waves. The lateral line allows fish to detect these disturbances even in complete darkness. This ability is particularly useful for schooling fish that move in tightly coordinated groups. By sensing subtle pressure changes created by their neighbors, fish can maintain precise spacing within the school without colliding. The lateral line also allows fish to detect approaching predators or obstacles long before they come into view. Chemical sensing remains another essential survival tool throughout the ocean. Sharks, for instance, are famous for their ability to detect extremely small amounts of blood in seawater. Laboratory experiments have shown that some species can respond to concentrations as low as 1 part per million, meaning that even a tiny trace of blood can trigger a feeding response. In the vastness of the ocean, where food may be scattered across enormous distances, this sensitivity provides a significant advantage. Taken together, these sensory systems reveal just how differently life can evolve when vision is no longer the dominant sense. In the ocean's darkness and turbidity, animals rely on electrical signals, chemical traces, vibrations, and even temperature gradients to interpret their environment. These signals form a complex sensory landscape that humans rarely perceive. Yet even these remarkable abilities represent only part of the story of marine adaptation. Some animals do not merely develop new senses or improved sensory organs. Instead, they alter their own bodies in ways that fundamentally change how they live and survive. In the ocean, evolution sometimes goes even further. Some animals do not just adapt to their environment. They rewrite their own biology entirely. Chapter 10. Creatures that rewrite their own biology. Among the countless survival strategies found in the ocean, some of the most extraordinary involve animals that can fundamentally alter their own biology. Life in the sea is rarely stable for long. Food sources shift with currents, populations fluctuate, predators appear and disappear, and environmental conditions change across seasons and years. In response to this unpredictability, certain marine organisms have evolved the ability to transform themselves in ways that would seem almost impossible in most terrestrial animals. These transformations can involve altering reproductive roles, regenerating lost body parts, reversing life cycles, or even changing the chemistry of blood and tissues. In the ocean, survival sometimes depends not just on adapting to an environment, but on rewriting one's own biology. One of the most well-documented examples of this biological flexibility occurs among certain reef fish that can change sex during their lifetime. In many coral reef environments, fish live in small social groups where reproduction depends on maintaining a balanced ratios between males and females. When that balance is disrupted, some species can shift their biological sex in order to maintain reproductive success. One of the clearest cases involves the bluehead wrasse, Thalassoma bifasciatum, a small brightly colored fish commonly found in coral reef systems throughout the Caribbean Sea. During the 1970s, marine biologist Dr. John Warner of the Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute conducted extensive studies on bluehead wrasse populations. Warner observed that these fish live in social groups typically dominated by a single territorial male who controls access to multiple females within his territory. When this dominant male disappears, whether through predation or other causes, the social structure of the group rapidly changes. Within hours, the largest female begins to display aggressive behaviors normally associated with males. Over the next several days, her body undergoes dramatic hormonal and physiological changes. Her ovaries transform into functioning testes, her coloration shifts, and her behavior becomes fully male. Within about a week, she assumes the role of the dominant male, maintaining the stability of the group's breeding system. This process, known as sequential hermaphroditism, allows fish populations to maintain reproductive capacity even when individuals are lost. By changing sex in response to social cues, species such as the bluehead wrasse can adapt to fluctuating population structures without waiting for new individuals to mature. Another famous example of sex-changing behavior occurs among clownfish, the brightly colored reef fish made famous by their symbiotic relationship with sea anemones. Clownfish live in tightly structured social groups within the protective tentacles of their host anemones, often found throughout the Indo-Pacific region, including reefs of the Great Barrier Reef. Within each group, there is a strict hierarchy consisting of a dominant female, a breeding male, and several smaller non-breeding males. In this system, the dominant female is the largest fish in the group. If she dies, the breeding male undergoes a biological transformation and becomes the new female. At the same time, one of the smaller males grows larger and takes over the role of breeding male. Unlike the bluehead wrasse, which changes from female to male, clownfish change from male to female, demonstrating the opposite form of sequential hermaphroditism. This remarkable flexibility ensures that a reproductive pair can always be maintained within the group, even if one of the original partners disappears. While sex-changing fish represent one type of biological transformation, some marine organisms take the concept even further by reversing their entire life cycle. Perhaps the most astonishing example comes from a tiny species of jellyfish known as Turritopsis dohrnii, often referred to as the immortal jellyfish. This species was first described in the late 19th century after being discovered in the Mediterranean Sea, though it has since spread widely through the world's oceans. Most jellyfish follow a life cycle that begins as a tiny larva which settles on a surface and grows into a polyp, a stationary stage resembling a miniature sea anemone. The polyp eventually buds off small free-swimming jellyfish called medusae, which mature into adult jellyfish capable of reproduction. In most species, this life cycle moves in only one direction, from polyp to adult jellyfish. Turritopsis dohrnii, however, possesses the extraordinary ability to reverse this process. When the jellyfish experiences environmental stress such as injury, starvation, or sudden changes in temperature, it can transform its adult body back into a polyp stage. The adult jellyfish essentially collapses into a cluster of cells that reorganize and develop into a new polyp colony. From that colony, new jellyfish can grow again, effectively restarting the life cycle. Researchers studying this phenomenon at the University of Salento in Italy during the early 2000s discovered that the process involves a remarkable form of cellular reprogramming known as transdifferentiation. In this process, specialized cells transform directly into different types of cells without first returning to an embryonic state. Muscle cells can become nerve cells, and other tissues reorganize to rebuild an entirely new organism. Although the jellyfish is not truly immortal in the sense of being invulnerable to predators or disease, its ability to repeatedly reset its life cycle makes it one of the most unusual organisms known in biology. Other marine animals rely on dramatic defensive transformations rather than life cycle reversals. The sea cucumber, a slow-moving echinoderm found on seafloors throughout tropical and temperate oceans, has evolved one of the strangest defense mechanisms in the marine world. Certain species, including Holothuria leucospilota from the Indo-Pacific region, are capable of performing a process known as evisceration. When threatened by predators, the sea cucumber contracts powerful muscles within its body wall and forcibly ejects portions of its internal organs through its anus. These expelled organs often include sticky threads or toxic structures that can entangle or deter predators long enough for the sea cucumber to crawl away. While losing internal organs might seem fatal, sea cucumbers possess an extraordinary ability to regenerate the lost tissues. Over the course of several weeks, the missing organs gradually regrow inside the animal's body, restoring normal function. Regeneration is another biological phenomenon widely observed among marine organisms. Starfish, also known as sea stars, have fascinated naturalists for centuries because of their ability to regrow lost limbs. Early scientists studying starfish regeneration in the 19th century discovered that if a starfish loses one of its arms, the missing limb can gradually regenerate over time. In certain species, an arm that remains attached to a small portion of the central disc can even regenerate into an entirely new individual, effectively cloning the original animal. Modern genetic studies have begun uncovering the cellular mechanisms behind this process. Regeneration involves complex signaling pathways that activate dormant stem cells and guide the growth of new tissues. These signals coordinate the formation of muscles, nerves, and skeletal structures, rebuilding the missing limb piece by piece until it becomes fully functional again. Marine environments also demand biochemical innovations, especially in the coldest parts of the planet's oceans. In the waters surrounding Antarctica, temperatures can fall below the freezing point of ordinary seawater. Under such conditions, ice crystals forming inside an animal's body could cause lethal damage to tissues and organs. Yet several Antarctic fish species have evolved molecular solutions to this problem. During the 1960s, biologist Dr. Arthur de Vries discovered that certain Antarctic fish produce specialized molecules known as antifreeze proteins. These proteins bind to microscopic ice crystals that begin forming in the fish's blood and bodily fluids. By attaching to the crystal surface, the proteins prevent the crystals from growing larger, effectively halting the freezing process. This allows the fish to survive in waters as cold as -2 degrees Celsius, 28 degrees Fahrenheit, temperatures that would normally freeze the bodily fluids of most vertebrates. Some Antarctic fish have taken this adaptation even further. Members of the icefish family, Channicthyidae, possess one of the most unusual circulatory systems in the animal kingdom. Unlike most vertebrates, icefish lack hemoglobin, the oxygen-carrying molecule that gives blood its red color. As a result, their blood appears almost transparent. Instead of transporting oxygen through hemoglobin molecules, oxygen dissolves directly into the fish's blood plasma and circulates through the body. This unusual system works because cold Antarctic waters contain extremely high concentrations of dissolved oxygen. Icefish compensate for the absence of hemoglobin by developing larger hearts, wider blood vessels, and greater blood volume, allowing oxygen to circulate efficiently through their bodies, despite the lack of traditional oxygen-carrying proteins. These examples illustrate the remarkable flexibility of life in the ocean. Evolution in marine environments has produced organisms capable of altering their sex, reversing their life cycles, regenerating entire body parts, and rewriting the chemistry of their blood. Such transformations demonstrate that life can adapt in ways that often seem unimaginable when viewed from a human perspective. Yet even these astonishing biological adaptations represent only part of the ocean's complexity. While individual animals display extraordinary abilities, some of the most impressive structures in the ocean are not single organisms at all. Instead, they are entire cities built by living creatures. Chapter 11. The Coral Cities of the Sea. In warm tropical waters across the globe, some of the most complex ecosystems on Earth are built not by large animals or towering plants, but by creatures so small they can barely be seen with the naked eye. These organisms are coral polyps, tiny soft-bodied animals related to jellyfish and sea anemones. Each individual polyp measures only a few millimeters across, yet together they create vast underwater structures known as coral reefs. Over centuries and millennia, billions of these animals construct immense limestone frameworks that can stretch across entire coastlines and even form massive geological features visible from space. One of the most famous and spectacular reef systems on Earth is the Great Barrier Reef, located off the coast of Queensland, Australia. Extending for more than 2,300 kilometers, about 1,400 miles, along the continental shelf, The Great Barrier Reef is the largest coral reef system in the world. It consists of nearly 3,000 individual reef structures and hundreds of coral islands, forming a complex mosaic of habitats that support an extraordinary diversity of marine life. The reef is so large that astronauts have been able to see parts of it from orbit, appearing as a faint turquoise ribbon running along Australia's northeastern coastline. Despite the massive scale of these formations, their construction begins with individual coral polyps. Each polyp secretes a hard skeleton made primarily of calcium carbonate, the same mineral that forms limestone and chalk. The polyp sits atop this skeleton like a tiny living crown, extending delicate tentacles into the surrounding water to capture plankton and other microscopic food particles. As generations of polyps grow, reproduce, and die, their skeletal remains accumulate beneath the living colony. New polyps build their skeletons on top of the old ones, slowly expanding the reef outward and upward. This gradual process occurs at a surprisingly slow pace. Many coral species grow only a few millimeters to a few centimeters per year, depending on environmental conditions. Yet over long periods of time, even this slow growth can produce enormous structures. Some reef systems in the Red Sea, the Pacific Ocean, and the Indian Ocean have been forming continuously for hundreds of thousands of years. In some places, the limestone foundations built by ancient corals can reach thicknesses of more than 1 kilometer, preserving a geological record of ocean conditions stretching far into the past. The success of coral reefs depends on a remarkable biological partnership between coral animals and microscopic algae known as zooxanthellae. These algae live inside the tissues of coral polyps, forming one of the most important examples of symbiosis in the natural world. Through photosynthesis, zooxanthellae use sunlight to convert carbon dioxide and water into sugars and other organic compounds. A large portion of this energy is transferred directly to the coral host, providing the nutrients needed for growth and skeletal construction. In return, the coral provides the algae with a protected environment and access to the nutrients necessary for photosynthesis. The polyp's waste products, particularly carbon dioxide and nitrogen compounds, serve as raw materials for the algae's metabolic processes. This close relationship allows coral reefs to flourish even in tropical waters that are otherwise surprisingly poor in nutrients. In many parts of the ocean, warm tropical waters contain relatively low concentrations of dissolved nutrients because biological activity rapidly consumes them. Yet the coral-algae partnership recycles these nutrients efficiently within the reef ecosystem, creating a productive biological community in an otherwise nutrient-limited environment. Because of this efficient recycling of energy and nutrients, coral reefs support extraordinary biodiversity. Marine biologists estimate that approximately 25% of all marine species depend on reef ecosystems at some stage of their life cycle. Fish, crustaceans, mollusks, sponges, worms, and countless other organisms inhabit the intricate structures formed by coral skeletons. The reef framework provides shelter from predators, surfaces for attachment, and countless hiding places within its maze of crevices and tunnels. Within these densely populated environments, complex ecological interactions occur continuously. One of the most fascinating relationships takes place at locations known as cleaner stations. These areas function almost like underwater service centers, where small animals remove parasites and dead tissue from larger fish. A well-known example involves the cleaner wrasse, Labroides dimidiatus, a slender fish commonly found on reefs throughout the Indo-Pacific region. Cleaner wrasse establish small territories on the reef and advertise their services through distinctive swimming motions. Larger fish visiting the station adopt special postures that signal they are seeking cleaning rather than engaging in aggressive behavior. Even formidable predators such as groupers, moray eels, and sharks will pause patiently while the tiny wrasse swim over their bodies, removing parasites from scales mouths, and gill chambers. This interaction benefits both participants. The cleaner wrasse gains a reliable food source, while the visiting fish enjoy improved health and reduced parasite loads. Communication plays an equally important role in reef life. Many reef fish are capable of rapidly changing their coloration through specialized pigment cells known as chromatophores embedded within their skin. These cells contain pigments that can expand or contract in response to neural or hormonal signals, altering the color and pattern of the fish within seconds. Such color changes may signal aggression toward rivals, attract potential mates, or help fish blend into the complex background of coral branches and reef shadows. Species such as parrotfish, butterfly fish, and angelfish use these color displays extensively as part of their daily interactions. Some fish darken their colors during territorial disputes, while others brighten their patterns during courtship rituals. In the crowded environment of a coral reef, where many species share limited space, visual signals help animals communicate intentions and avoid unnecessary conflict. One of the most dramatic events in coral reef ecosystems occurs during mass spawning, when large numbers of coral colonies release reproductive cells into the water simultaneously. These events typically occur on specific nights each year and are often synchronized with lunar cycles and seasonal water temperatures. One of the best-known mass spawning events takes place on the Great Barrier Reef each November, shortly after the full moon. During this event, thousands of coral colonies release tiny bundles containing eggs and sperm into the surrounding water. These buoyant bundles rise toward the surface, forming drifting clouds of reproductive cells that can stretch across kilometers of ocean. The synchronized timing ensures that fertilization rates remain high, even though the reproductive cells are released into the vast open sea. For a brief period, the water above the reef becomes filled with floating pink and white particles, creating a spectacle sometimes described as an underwater snowstorm. Reef ecosystems also exhibit intricate social systems among their fish populations. Some species establish permanent territories, where they defend specific patches of coral or algae from intruders. Others form loose schools that move continuously through reef channels, feeding on plankton carried by passing currents. Predator-prey relationships shape daily life within the reef as well. Many fish species feed actively during daylight hours, relying on vision to locate food among coral structures. Others remain hidden during the day and emerge only at night to forage under the cover of darkness. Over long periods of time, the limestone structures produced by coral reefs can grow into enormous geological formations. As coral skeletons accumulate layer upon layer, the reef framework gradually rises closer to the ocean surface. In some cases, reefs grow upward until they form barrier reefs that protect coastlines from incoming waves. In other cases, coral growth encircles sinking volcanic islands, eventually forming ring-shaped structures known as atolls. The islands of the Maldives, as well as many islands scattered across the central Pacific Ocean, originated through this process. As ancient volcanic islands slowly subsided beneath the sea, coral reefs continued growing upward around them. Eventually, the original island disappeared below the surface, leaving behind a ring of coral surrounding a shallow lagoon. These formations represent the long-term geological legacy of countless generations of tiny coral polyps building their limestone homes. Taken together, coral reefs function much like underwater cities. They are densely populated environments filled with countless species interacting simultaneously. Food chains weave through the coral branches, cleaning stations operate like service centers, and colorful signals flash across the reef as fish communicate with neighbors. The structures built by coral animals provide the architecture for entire marine communities, supporting life on a scale far greater than their tiny individual size might suggest. Yet coral reefs are only one example of ocean ecosystems that shape the environment around them. Some marine habitats go even further, altering the very structure of coastlines and influencing the stability of entire shorelines. In the ocean, certain ecosystems do more than simply support life. They reshape the planet itself. Chapter 12. Ecosystems that reshape the coast. Along the boundaries where continents meet the sea, a number of marine ecosystems perform roles that extend far beyond simply supporting wildlife. These environments act as natural engineers, constantly shaping coastlines, altering water chemistry, and buffering the land from powerful ocean forces. Waves, tides, storms, and sediment flows are all influenced by the presence of living organisms that anchor themselves along the shallow margins of the ocean. Over time, these ecosystems can change the structure of entire coastlines, stabilize sediments, and influence the productivity of nearby ocean waters. In many ways, they function as living infrastructure for the planet. One of the most striking examples of these ecological engineers is the kelp forest, an underwater ecosystem found in cold, nutrient-rich coastal waters. Kelp forests are especially common along the Pacific coast of North America, stretching from California through Oregon, Washington, and into Alaska. They also appear along coastlines in Chile, South Africa, Australia, and parts of Northern Europe. These underwater forests are formed by giant brown algae known as kelp, particularly the species Macrocystis pyrifera, commonly called giant kelp. Giant kelp is one of the fastest growing organisms on Earth. Under ideal conditions, it can grow up to half a meter per day, eventually reaching lengths exceeding 45 meters or roughly 150 feet. Anchored to the seafloor by root-like structures called holdfasts, kelp plants extend long, flexible stems upward toward the surface. Gas-filled bladders attached along the stems keep the fronds buoyant, allowing them to spread across the surface where sunlight is abundant. The result is a towering underwater canopy that resembles a forest, complete with vertical layers similar to the trunks and branches of terrestrial trees. These kelp forests create extraordinarily complex habitats for marine life. Fish weave through the kelp fronds, invertebrates cling to the holdfasts, and marine mammals hunt among the tangled vegetation. Species such as rockfish, kelp bass, crabs, sea stars, and sea lions rely on kelp forests for shelter and feeding grounds. The dense structure of the kelp slows ocean currents and reduces wave energy, creating calmer water conditions that allow a wide variety of organisms to thrive within the forest. A crucial player in maintaining the balance of kelp ecosystems is the sea otter, a marine mammal once hunted nearly to extinction during the fur trade of the 18th and 19th centuries. Sea otters feed heavily on sea urchins, spiny echinoderms that graze on kelp holdfasts. When sea otter populations declined drastically due to hunting, sea urchin populations expanded unchecked in many coastal regions. Without predators controlling them, the urchins consumed vast amounts of kelp, often stripping entire forests down to bare rock in areas known as urchin barrens. By the early 20th century, large portions of the Pacific coastline had lost their kelp forests due to this imbalance. However, conservation efforts beginning in the 1970s, including legal protections under the U.S. Marine Mammal Protection Act, allowed sea otter populations to gradually recover. As otters returned to former habitats, they once again began controlling sea urchin numbers. Marine ecologists soon observed a remarkable transformation. Kelp forests that had been absent for decades began to regrow as grazing pressure from urchins decreased. This relationship between otters, urchins, and kelp became one of the clearest examples of a keystone species controlling the structure of an entire ecosystem. While kelp forests dominate colder waters, mangrove forests perform a similarly powerful ecological role in warm, tropical, and subtropical regions. Mangroves are specialized coastal trees that grow in salty, muddy environments where land meets the sea. They are particularly common along the coastlines of Florida, the Caribbean, Southeast Asia, Northern Australia, and parts of West Africa. Unlike most trees, mangroves possess unique adaptations that allow them to survive in waterlogged soils with high salt concentrations. One of the most distinctive features of mangrove trees is their complex network of above-ground roots. Some species produce stilt roots that arch downward from the trunk into the surrounding mud, while others develop pneumatophores, vertical root structures that protrude above the sediment like small breathing tubes. These roots allow mangroves to obtain oxygen in environments where the soil is often deprived of air. The tangled root systems of mangrove forests perform an essential function along coastlines by stabilizing sediments and reducing erosion. When waves approach the shoreline, the dense maze of roots slows the water's movement, causing suspended sediments to settle out. Over time, this process builds up coastal soils and helps maintain the shape of the shoreline. Mangroves also serve as powerful natural barriers against storms. Studies conducted following the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, one of the most devastating natural disasters in modern history, revealed that coastal villages protected by intact mangrove forests experienced significantly less damage than areas where mangroves had been removed for development or aquaculture. The dense vegetation absorbed much of the wave energy before it reached inland communities, demonstrating how these ecosystems can function as natural protective shields. Another coastal habitat that plays a critical role in shaping marine environments is the seagrass meadow. Unlike kelp, which is a type of algae, seagrasses are true flowering plants that evolved from land plants millions of years ago and later adapted to life underwater. These plants form extensive underwater meadows in shallow coastal waters around the world. One common species, Zostera marina, also known as eelgrass, grows throughout temperate regions of the northern hemisphere. Seagrass meadows create important nursery habitats for many marine species. Juvenile fish, crabs, and shellfish often take shelter among the swaying blades of seagrass, where predators have difficulty hunting. Many commercially important species, including scallops, shrimp, and various fish, spend their early life stages within these meadows before moving into deeper waters. Beyond providing habitat, seagrass ecosystems play an increasingly recognized role in regulating the Earth's climate. Scientific research published in Nature Geoscience in 2012 revealed that seagrass meadows capture and store significant amounts of carbon within the sediments beneath them. As seagrass plants grow and die, organic material accumulates in the sediment, trapping carbon that might otherwise return to the atmosphere. This process is known as blue carbon sequestration, and it represents an important natural mechanism for reducing atmospheric carbon dioxide. Further north and south along temperate coastlines, salt marshes provide similar ecological benefits. These grassy wetlands form in sheltered coastal areas where tidal waters regularly flood low-lying land. Salt marsh plants, such as cordgrass, trap sediments carried by incoming tides and river runoff. Over time, these trapped sediments build up the marsh surface, gradually elevating it above surrounding waters. Salt marshes also function as natural filtration systems. As water flows through the marsh vegetation, pollutants and excess nutrients become trapped within the sediments and plant roots. This filtering effect improves water quality before it reaches the open ocean. Along the Atlantic coast of the United States, salt marshes play an especially important role in reducing the impact of hurricanes and storm surges. By absorbing wave energy and slowing the movement of flood waters, these wetlands act as protective buffers for coastal communities. Another vital coastal environment is the estuary, a region where freshwater rivers meet and mix with salt water from the ocean. Estuaries create dynamic environments where salinity, temperature, and nutrient levels fluctuate constantly with tides and river flows. These conditions often produce highly productive ecosystems rich in plankton and other microscopic organisms that form the base of marine food webs. Because of this abundance of food, estuaries serve as critical nursery habitats for many species of fish and shellfish. Juvenile animals can grow within the sheltered waters of estuaries before venturing into the open ocean. Species such as salmon, striped bass, blue crabs, and many shrimp species depend on estuaries during the early stages of their life cycles. Without these protected environments, survival rates for young marine animals would drop dramatically. Although kelp forests, mangroves, seagrass meadows, salt marshes, and estuaries may appear distinct from one another, they are deeply interconnected components of coastal ecosystems. Nutrients carried by rivers feed estuarine plankton communities, which in turn support fish populations that later migrate into deeper waters. Mangrove roots trap sediments that might otherwise drift onto nearby coral reefs and smother fragile coral colonies. Kelp forests provide shelter for species that eventually disperse into offshore ecosystems. Together, these living systems demonstrate how ecosystems can shape entire landscapes and influence the stability of coastlines. They regulate water flow, protect shorelines from storms, and provide essential habitats for countless marine species. In doing so, they reveal the profound influence that living organisms can exert on the physical structure of the planet. Yet even these impressive ecosystems are not the most influential life forms in the ocean. The organisms that truly drive many of the ocean's most important processes are far smaller. In fact, most of them are so tiny that they are completely invisible to the human eye. Chapter 13. The invisible ocean that runs the planet. Although whales, sharks, and coral reefs often dominate our imagination when we think about the ocean, the overwhelming majority of ocean life exists at a scale far too small for the human eye to see. Throughout the water column, immense clouds of microscopic organisms drift with currents, tides, and shifting water masses. These organisms collectively form a vast biological engine that quietly powers many of the chemical and ecological processes that sustain life on Earth. Known collectively as plankton, these microscopic communities serve as the invisible foundation of nearly every marine ecosystem, regulating energy flow, nutrient cycles, and even the chemistry of the planet's atmosphere. The scientific understanding of plankton began to take shape during the 19th century when researchers first started examining seawater through microscopes. One of the most influential figures in this early work was the German biologist Victor Hensen, who introduced the term plankton in 1887 while studying microscopic organisms drifting through the Baltic Sea. The word itself comes from the Greek planktos, meaning wanderer or drifter. Hensen recognized that the countless tiny organisms suspended in sea water were not simply debris or random particles, but living communities that formed the base of marine food chains. His work helped establish the field of plankton ecology, which has since revealed the enormous importance of these microscopic organisms to the functioning of the ocean. Plankton are not a single type of organism, but rather a broad category, describing creatures that drift with ocean currents rather than swimming strongly against them. Some plankton are microscopic plants, others are animals, and still others belong to entirely different biological groups such as bacteria or protists. Despite their diversity, they share one common trait. Their movement is largely controlled by the motion of the surrounding water. Among the most important members of the plankton community are phytoplankton, microscopic organisms capable of performing photosynthesis. Like plants on land, phytoplankton use sunlight, carbon dioxide, and nutrients dissolved in seawater to produce organic compounds that fuel their growth. During this process, they release oxygen as a byproduct. Although they are tiny, phytoplankton are so abundant that they collectively generate an enormous amount of oxygen for the planet. Modern scientific estimates suggest that phytoplankton produce roughly half of the oxygen in Earth's atmosphere. meaning that approximately every second breath taken by humans originates from microscopic organisms drifting in the ocean. In this way, the health of plankton populations is directly connected to the air breathed by billions of people around the world. One particularly remarkable group of phytoplankton is the diatoms, single-celled algae that build delicate shells made of silica, the same mineral found in glass. Under powerful microscopes, these shells reveal intricate geometric designs that resemble tiny works of architecture. Some diatoms appear as symmetrical discs covered with ornate patterns of pores and ridges, while others form elongated shapes resembling microscopic boats or needles. Diatoms thrive in nutrient-rich waters, particularly in regions where deep ocean currents bring dissolved nutrients toward the surface. These conditions occur in places such as coastal upwelling zones off the coasts of Peru, California, and Northwest Africa, as well as in cold waters surrounding Antarctica. When nutrient levels rise, phytoplankton populations can grow rapidly in events known as phytoplankton blooms, sometimes coloring entire stretches of ocean green or turquoise when viewed from satellites. Phytoplankton form the base of the marine food web, providing energy for countless species of zooplankton, the animal component of the plankton community. Zooplankton include a wide range of organisms, from microscopic crustaceans to the larval stages of many larger animals. Among the most abundant members are copepods, tiny shrimp-like crustaceans that drift through the ocean, feeding on phytoplankton. Although each copepod measures only a few millimeters in length, their combined numbers are staggering. In many parts of the ocean, copepods are among the most numerous animals on the planet. They serve as a vital food source for larger marine organisms, including fish, squid, whales, and seabirds. Entire marine food webs depend on this transfer of energy from microscopic phytoplankton to zooplankton and eventually to larger animals. Even smaller organisms play powerful roles within the planktonic ecosystem. Marine bacteria constantly recycle nutrients within the ocean by breaking down organic matter drifting through the water column. Dead plankton, animal waste, and fragments of decaying organisms provide raw material for these microbes. Through metabolic processes, bacteria convert complex organic molecules back into simpler chemical forms that phytoplankton can reuse for growth. This recycling system is essential because nutrients such as nitrogen and phosphorus are limited resources in many parts of the ocean. Without microbial recycling, these nutrients would quickly become locked inside sinking organic material and unavailable to surface ecosystems. Bacteria effectively act as microscopic custodians of the ocean, ensuring that nutrients remain in circulation. Another group of microscopic entities plays a surprisingly influential role in marine ecosystems: viruses. Although viruses are not technically considered living organisms in the traditional sense, they are extraordinarily abundant in seawater. Oceanographers estimate that each milliliter of seawater may contain up to 10 million viruses, making them the most numerous biological particles in the ocean. These viruses infect bacteria and plankton, influencing population sizes and nutrient cycles in complex ways. When viruses infect a microbial cell, they often replicate rapidly and cause the host cell to burst open. This process releases organic material and nutrients back into the surrounding water, where they can be used again by other microorganisms. In this way, viruses help regulate microbial populations and maintain the balance of the planktonic ecosystem. Some marine microbes even possess the ability to communicate with one another through chemical signals. Certain species of bacteria release molecules into the surrounding water that act as signals indicating how many individuals are present in a particular area. This process, known as quorum sensing, allows bacterial populations to coordinate behavior once their numbers reach a certain threshold. When enough bacteria accumulate, they may collectively activate genes responsible for producing light, releasing enzymes or forming protective biofilms. These microscopic interactions may seem subtle, yet they collectively influence the chemistry of the entire planet. One of the most important processes involving plankton is the removal of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. During photosynthesis, phytoplankton absorb carbon dioxide dissolved in seawater and convert it into organic compounds that form their cellular structures. When plankton die, a portion of their remains sinks slowly through the water column toward the deep ocean. This downward movement of organic material is known as the biological carbon pump. As sinking particles travel deeper into the ocean, they transport carbon away from the atmosphere and store it in deep waters and seafloor sediments. Some of this carbon remains locked away for centuries or even thousands of years before returning to the atmosphere through geological or biological processes. Over long periods of time, the remains of microscopic organisms accumulate on the ocean floor, forming thick layers of sediment composed of shells, organic material, and mineral particles. These sediments act as a detailed archive of Earth's environmental history. By extracting sediment cores from the seafloor, scientists can analyze layers of microscopic fossils and chemical signatures that record past changes in ocean temperature, nutrient levels, and atmospheric composition. Such records have allowed researchers to reconstruct ancient climate conditions stretching back millions of years, revealing how the ocean has responded to past shifts in climate and atmospheric chemistry. Many of these insights come from the study of plankton fossils preserved within seafloor sediments, demonstrating how microscopic organisms can leave lasting geological evidence of their presence. Despite their tiny size, plankton shape the entire structure of ocean ecosystems. They produce the oxygen that sustains life, form the base of marine food webs, recycle nutrients through microbial processes, and regulate the movement of carbon through the global climate system. Without these invisible organisms, the vast marine ecosystems inhabited by fish, whales, and other large animals could not exist. The ocean may appear dominated by its largest inhabitants, yet it is these microscopic drifters that quietly power the largest biological system on Earth. Their collective activity sustains life across the planet, linking the chemistry of the ocean to the atmosphere and to ecosystems on land. And even when the largest animals of the ocean eventually die, their bodies do not simply disappear into the depths. Instead, they become the foundation for entire new ecosystems that can last for decades. Chapter 14. When Giants Fall to the Deep. Far below the surface of the ocean, where sunlight never penetrates and temperatures hover just above freezing, life exists under strict energetic limits. In these deep environments, food is rare and arrives only slowly. Most of the organic material available to deep-sea organisms drifts downward from the upper ocean in the form of marine snow, a constant but sparse shower of microscopic particles made of dead plankton, fecal pellets, fragments of algae, and tiny bits of decaying organic matter. For the animals living thousands of meters below the surface, this slow rain of nutrients often represents the primary energy source sustaining life. Yet every so often, something far larger falls from above, transforming the deep ocean floor in dramatic ways. When a whale dies at the ocean surface, its massive body begins a slow descent through the water column. Depending on the whale's size and the density of gases within its body, it may initially float for some time before eventually losing buoyancy and sinking. Once the carcass begins its descent, it falls through the dark water for hours or even days before finally reaching the seafloor. When it arrives, it creates one of the most extraordinary biological events known in the deep ocean: a whale fall. A whale fall occurs when the body of a whale settles onto the seafloor and becomes the center of a complex ecosystem that can persist for decades. For animals living in the deep sea, the sudden arrival of such a large source of organic material is equivalent to a massive feast appearing in an otherwise food-limited environment. A single whale carcass can weigh tens of tons, providing an enormous reservoir of nutrients compared to the sparse trickle of marine snow that normally reaches these depths. The scientific discovery of whalefall ecosystems began relatively recently. In 1987, marine biologists Craig Smith of the University of Hawaii and Bruce Robeson of the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute documented the first known whalefall ecosystem during a deep-sea expedition in the Santa Catalina Basin off the coast of California. Using remotely operated vehicles to explore the seafloor at depths approaching 1,200 meters, about 4,000 feet, the researchers encountered the skeleton of a gray whale lying on the sediment. Surrounding the carcass was an unexpectedly dense collection of animals feeding on the remains. The discovery revealed that whalefalls create temporary oases of life in the deep ocean. Instead of being quickly consumed and forgotten, the whale carcass becomes the center of a long-lasting ecological sequence that unfolds over several distinct stages. Scientists studying these systems soon realized that a single whalefall could support entire communities of organisms for years or even decades. The first stage begins almost immediately after the whale reaches the seafloor and is known as the mobile scavenger stage. During this phase, large mobile animals quickly arrive to feed on the soft tissues of the carcass. The scent of decaying flesh spreads rapidly through the water, attracting scavengers from great distances. Among the first visitors are often hagfish, eel-like scavengers that swarm over the carcass in large numbers. These animals burrow into the flesh and consume soft tissues while secreting copious amounts of slime that can deter competing scavengers. Other predators soon join the feast. Sleeper sharks, deep-sea crabs, grenadier fish, and various species of amphipods gather around the carcass, tearing away chunks of flesh. The sheer abundance of food can support hundreds of scavengers simultaneously. Over the course of several months, these animals consume most of the whale's soft tissues, stripping away muscle, skin, and internal organs until little remains but the skeleton. As the larger scavengers depart, the whalefall enters the second stage of its ecological transformation, known as the enrichment opportunist stage. During this phase, smaller organisms colonize the sediments surrounding the whale bones. As the carcass decomposes, organic material seeps into the surrounding seafloor, enriching the sediment with nutrients. This nutrient-rich environment becomes an ideal habitat for a variety of small animals that feed on decaying organic matter. Worms, small crustaceans, clams, and snails begin to populate the surrounding sediments in large numbers. Polychaete worms burrow through the enriched mud, while tiny amphipods and isopods scavenge remaining fragments of tissue. The density of life in the immediate vicinity of the whale skeleton may increase dramatically compared to the surrounding seafloor, sometimes reaching thousands of individuals per square meter. This stage may last for several years as organisms continue to consume the remaining organic material released from the decaying carcass. Eventually, a third and even more unusual stage begins once the soft tissues are gone and only the bones remain. Whale bones contain extremely high concentrations of lipids, or fats, embedded within their internal structure. These lipids represent a long-lasting energy source that can sustain deep-sea organisms long after the flesh has disappeared. As bacteria begin breaking down the lipids trapped inside the bones, they release chemicals such as hydrogen sulfide into the surrounding environment. This process initiates what scientists call the sulfophilic stage, meaning a stage dominated by organisms that thrive in sulfide-rich environments. Hydrogen sulfide becomes an energy source for chemosynthetic bacteria, microorganisms capable of producing energy through chemical reactions rather than sunlight. These bacteria form the base of a specialized ecosystem similar to those found at hydrothermal vents and methane seeps on the ocean floor. Within this chemical-rich environment, unique species begin to colonize the bones themselves. Among the most remarkable of these organisms are the Osedax worms, often referred to as bone-eating worms. These strange creatures were first described in 2002 by researchers at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute while studying whalefall communities in the Pacific Ocean. Osedax worms lack mouths and digestive systems. Instead, they extend root-like structures into the whale bones, where symbiotic bacteria break down lipids and organic compounds within the bone matrix. The worms absorb nutrients produced by these bacteria, allowing them to survive entirely on the chemical energy contained within the skeleton. Female Osedax worms grow several centimeters long and anchor themselves within the bones, while tiny male worms live inside the bodies of the females. During the sulfophilic stage, whalefall ecosystems can persist for decades. Entire communities of clams, mussels, bacteria, worms, and crustaceans flourish around the bones, feeding on the chemical energy released as the skeleton slowly decomposes. Over time, the bones themselves become riddled with holes created by organisms extracting nutrients from the mineral matrix. Beyond supporting local ecosystems, whalefalls may play an important role in connecting deep-sea habitats across vast distances. Hydrothermal vents and methane seeps, two environments that also rely on chemosynthetic bacteria, are often separated by hundreds or even thousands of kilometers along the seafloor. Scientists have proposed that whalefalls may act as stepping stones between these habitats, allowing organisms adapted to sulfide-rich environments to disperse across the deep ocean. Evidence supporting this idea has emerged from genetic studies showing that some species living at whalefalls are closely related to organisms found near hydrothermal vents. By providing temporary, sulfide-rich environments between vent systems, whalefalls may help maintain populations of these specialized organisms across large geographic areas. Over the course of its ecological lifespan, a single whalefall can support hundreds of species of organisms. Each stage of the process, from scavenger feeding to microbial decomposition, creates new opportunities for life to flourish in the otherwise sparse deep-sea environment. By the time the final bones dissolve into the surrounding sediments, the whale has fueled a complex chain of biological activity that may have lasted 20 to 50 years. This remarkable process highlights one of the most profound truths about life in the ocean. Energy and nutrients are never truly wasted. Even the largest creatures eventually return their stored energy back to the ecosystems that once sustained them. In the deep sea, the death of a giant animal does not represent an end, but rather the beginning of a new ecological cycle. And when the final traces of a whale fall disappear into the seafloor, something else remains behind as well. Layer by layer, the ocean preserves a record of the past written into its sediments. Chapter 15. The Ocean's Geological Memory. Beneath the immense surface of the world's oceans lies a vast geological archive quietly recording the history of the planet. Over millions of years, tiny particles have settled slowly onto the seafloor, forming layered blankets of sediment that accumulate grain by grain. These sediments contain fragments of shells, microscopic organisms, volcanic ash, mineral dust, and organic material that drifted downward from the ocean above. As the layers build upon one another, they create an extraordinarily detailed record of past climates, ancient ecosystems, and environmental changes stretching back through deep geological time. In many ways, the seafloor functions like a natural archive, preserving evidence of events that occurred long before humans existed. The significance of these sediments became clear during one of the most ambitious oceanographic research programs of the 20th century. In 1968, an international scientific initiative known as the Deep Sea Drilling Project began using a specially equipped research vessel called the Glomar Challenger to drill into the ocean floor. The goal of the project was to recover long cylindrical cores of sediment from beneath the seafloor, allowing scientists to study the layered deposits that had accumulated over millions of years. The drilling process worked much like extracting a column of soil from the ground. A rotating drill descended through thousands of meters of water and penetrated the seabed, retrieving long tubes of sediment known as sediment cores. Each core contained a vertical sequence of layers, with the youngest material at the top and progressively older sediments deeper down. By examining these layers in order, scientists could reconstruct a chronological history of environmental conditions in the ocean. What researchers discovered within these sediment cores was remarkable. Many layers contained vast numbers of microscopic fossils, known as microfossils, which originated from plankton that once lived in the upper ocean. These tiny fossils include the mineral shells of organisms such as foraminifera, single-celled plankton that build intricate calcium carbonate shells, as well as the silica skeletons of diatoms and the delicate plates of coccolithophores. Though invisible to the naked eye, these organisms leave behind mineralized remains that can persist in sediments for millions of years. Each species of plankton thrives under specific environmental conditions. Some prefer warmer waters, while others flourish in colder temperatures. Certain species thrive when nutrients are abundant, while others dominate when conditions become more stable and nutrient levels decline. Because of these preferences, the presence of particular microfossils within sediment layers acts as a biological indicator of the conditions that existed when those organisms were alive. By carefully identifying the species present in each layer of sediment, scientists can reconstruct past ocean conditions with surprising precision. Changes in plankton communities reveal shifts in ocean temperature, nutrient availability, and even patterns of ocean circulation. Over time, this information allows researchers to build detailed records of how Earth's climate and ecosystems have changed over millions of years. One of the most significant discoveries derived from sediment core analysis involved the history of Earth's ice ages. When plankton, such as foraminifera, form their shells, they incorporate oxygen atoms from the surrounding sea water. These oxygen atoms exist in slightly different forms known as isotopes, primarily oxygen-16 and oxygen-18. The ratio between these isotopes varies depending on global climate conditions. During colder periods when large amounts of water become locked in continental ice sheets, more oxygen-16 becomes trapped in the ice, leaving seawater enriched in oxygen-18. When plankton build their shells under these conditions, the isotopic ratio within the shells changes accordingly. By measuring the oxygen isotope ratios preserved in fossil shells found in sediment cores, scientists can identify periods when the Earth was colder or warmer. Using this technique, researchers discovered a repeating pattern of glacial and interglacial cycles stretching back hundreds of thousands of years. These cycles correspond closely with variations in Earth's orbit around the Sun, known as Milankovitch cycles, which were first proposed in the early 20th century by the Serbian mathematician and astronomer Milutin Milankovitch. These orbital variations alter the distribution of sunlight reaching Earth's surface, influencing long-term climate patterns and the advance and retreat of ice sheets. Ocean sediments also record changes in ocean chemistry and biological productivity. Layers rich in organic material often indicate periods when plankton populations flourished in surface waters. These blooms may occur when nutrient-rich water rises from deeper layers of the ocean in processes known as upwelling, bringing essential nutrients such as nitrogen and phosphorus to the sunlit surface. When large plankton blooms occur, the remains of these organisms eventually sink and accumulate on the seafloor, creating sediment layers rich in organic carbon. In other cases, sediment cores preserve evidence of dramatic geological events. Volcanic eruptions can deposit thin layers of volcanic ash across vast regions of the ocean. These ash layers often appear as distinct bands within sediment cores and can be matched with known eruptions on land. By comparing ash layers found in both terrestrial and marine records, scientists can synchronize geological timelines across continents and oceans. One of the most famous examples of such a global marker layer comes from the event that contributed to the extinction of the dinosaurs approximately 66 million years ago. Sediment layers from this time often contain unusually high concentrations of the rare element iridium, which is far more common in meteorites than in Earth's crust. This iridium-rich layer was first identified in terrestrial rocks and later found in deep-sea sediments around the world. Its global distribution provided strong evidence that a massive asteroid impact occurred at the end of the Cretaceous period, triggering one of the most significant extinction events in Earth's history. In addition to preserving fossils and mineral traces of past events, ocean sediments also store enormous quantities of carbon. When plankton and other marine organisms die, a portion of their organic material sinks into the deep ocean. Some of this material is consumed by deep-sea organisms, but a fraction becomes buried in seafloor sediments. Once buried, this carbon can remain locked away for thousands or even millions of years, preventing it from returning to the atmosphere as carbon dioxide. Over geological timescales, this process of carbon burial has played a crucial role in regulating Earth's climate. By gradually removing carbon from the atmosphere and storing it in ocean sediments, the ocean acts as a long-term stabilizing force within the global carbon cycle. Without this process, atmospheric carbon dioxide levels could rise much higher, potentially leading to far more extreme climate conditions. Today, scientists continue to explore this geological archive through modern research programs such as the International Ocean Discovery Program, IODP. Advanced drilling ships equipped with sophisticated laboratory facilities allow researchers to extract and analyze sediment cores from nearly every ocean basin on the planet. These cores provide an increasingly detailed picture of how Earth's climate system has evolved over time. By comparing ancient sediment records with modern observations, scientists can better understand how the ocean responds to environmental changes. Sediment cores reveal how ecosystems adapted to past warming events, how ocean circulation patterns shifted over time, and how carbon moved between the atmosphere and the deep ocean during different periods of Earth's history. In many ways, the ocean floor functions as a planetary memory, silently recording the rise and fall of ecosystems, the shifting rhythms of climate, and the evolution of life itself. Every layer of sediment preserves a fragment of the past, allowing scientists to reconstruct events that occurred millions of years ago. Yet the story recorded in these sediments is not finished. New layers are constantly forming as particles continue settling onto the seafloor. The ocean's geological archive is still being written, and the newest chapters of that record are unfolding right now. This time, however, the changes are happening faster than at almost any point in the past. Chapter 16: The Human Footprint Beneath the Waves. For much of human history, the ocean appeared so vast and powerful that it seemed impossible for human activity to significantly alter it. Early explorers who sailed across the world's oceans encountered immense expanses of water that stretched to every horizon, giving the impression of a system far too large to be affected by human influence. When Ferdinand Magellan's expedition crossed the Pacific Ocean in 1521, or when Captain James Cook charted enormous regions of the Pacific during the late 18th century, the seas they encountered appeared limitless and untouched. Even well into the 20th century, many scientists believed that the sheer size of the ocean would dilute or absorb nearly anything humans introduced into it. As marine research expanded during the late 20th and early 21st centuries, however, this assumption began to unravel. Oceanographers started finding evidence that human activity was leaving detectable traces in even the most remote parts of the sea. From the surface waters of the open ocean to the deepest trenches thousands of meters below, the footprint of human civilization was becoming increasingly visible. What once seemed like an inexhaustible wilderness was revealing signs of growing pressure from human industry, transportation, and consumption. One of the most visible examples of this influence comes from plastic pollution. Modern plastics were first mass-produced in the 1950s when new manufacturing techniques made it possible to produce inexpensive, durable synthetic materials on an unprecedented scale. At the time, plastics were celebrated for their versatility and convenience. Global production expanded rapidly, rising from roughly 2 million metric tons per year in 1950 to more than 400 million tons annually today. While these materials have become deeply integrated into modern life, their durability also means that most plastic products persist in the environment long after they are discarded. A significant portion of this plastic eventually enters rivers, coastal waters, and the open ocean. Storm water runoff, poorly managed waste systems, and discarded fishing gear all contribute to the flow of plastic debris into marine environments. Once plastic enters the ocean, powerful currents begin transporting it across vast distances. Over time, these currents concentrate floating debris in particular regions known as oceanic gyres, where circulating water masses trap drifting materials. One of the most widely known of these accumulation zones is the Great Pacific Garbage Patch, located in the North Pacific Gyre between California and Hawaii. Contrary to popular images, this region is not a solid island of trash, but rather a vast area where plastic fragments become concentrated within the water column. The patch spans an enormous area of ocean, with estimates suggesting it may cover more than 1.6 million square kilometers, an area larger than many countries. Within these regions, plastic debris gradually breaks down into smaller fragments through exposure to sunlight, waves, and mechanical abrasion. These fragments, known as microplastics, measure less than 5 millimeters in diameter and can persist in the environment for decades or longer. Because of their small size, microplastics are easily ingested by marine organisms, ranging from tiny plankton to large fish. In recent years, researchers have discovered microplastic contamination in parts of the ocean, once thought to be completely isolated from human influence. In 2019, scientists analyzing amphipods, small crustaceans collected from the Mariana Trench nearly 11,000 meters below the surface, found microplastic particles inside the animals' digestive systems. The discovery demonstrated that plastic pollution has reached even the deepest regions of the planet's oceans. Plastic debris can also create unexpected ecological consequences. Floating plastic objects often serve as artificial rafts for marine organisms, allowing species that normally inhabit coastal environments to travel far beyond their natural ranges. Barnacles, algae, mollusks, and small crustaceans can attach themselves to floating debris and drift across the open ocean for months or even years. Scientists studying the aftermath of the 2011 Tohoku tsunami in Japan observed a dramatic example of this phenomenon. Massive amounts of debris generated by the tsunami drifted across the Pacific Ocean, eventually reaching the west coast of North America. Over the course of several years, researchers documented hundreds of marine species arriving on floating debris, demonstrating how artificial rafts can transport entire ecological communities across ocean basins. Another major threat to marine life comes from ghost fishing gear, a term used to describe fishing equipment that has been lost or abandoned in the ocean. Nets, traps, and long lines made from synthetic materials can continue functioning long after they are no longer actively used by fishermen. These drifting or submerged structures can trap fish, turtles, dolphins, and seabirds, often leading to slow and prolonged deaths for the animals caught within them. Ghost gear is particularly common in regions with intense commercial fishing activity, such as the North Pacific and North Atlantic Oceans. Because many fishing nets are made from durable synthetic fibers like nylon, they can remain intact in the marine environment for decades. Marine conservation organizations estimate that ghost fishing gear accounts for a substantial portion of marine animal entanglements worldwide. Shipping activity has also expanded dramatically over the past century. Modern global trade depends heavily on large cargo vessels transporting goods between continents. Today, thousands of ships travel along established shipping corridors connecting major ports around the world. Some of the busiest routes cross the North Atlantic between North America and Europe, while others pass through the South China Sea, the Indian Ocean, and the Mediterranean Sea. These ships generate powerful underwater noise as their engines and propellers operate continuously during long voyages. Because sound travels efficiently through water, the noise produced by ships can propagate across vast distances. Marine mammals, such as whales, rely heavily on low-frequency sound to communicate with one another across the ocean. As shipping traffic has increased, background noise levels in some regions have risen dramatically compared with levels measured in the mid-20th century. Researchers studying whale acoustics have found that this increased noise can interfere with whale communication. In some cases, whales appear to alter the pitch or timing of their calls in response to elevated noise levels. Scientists worry that persistent background noise may reduce the effective range of whale communication, potentially affecting mating behavior, migration patterns, and group coordination. Shipping traffic also introduces the risk of ship strikes, collisions between large vessels and whales. These accidents have become a growing concern for several endangered species. One of the most vulnerable is the North Atlantic right whale, a species that once numbered in the tens of thousands, but was heavily hunted during the era of commercial whaling. Today, fewer than 350 individuals remain, making it one of the most endangered large whales on Earth. Ship strikes have been identified as one of the leading causes of death among North Atlantic right whales. Because these whales often feed near the surface in regions with heavy shipping traffic, they are particularly vulnerable to collisions with fast-moving cargo ships. In response, conservation agencies have implemented measures such as rerouting shipping lanes, establishing seasonal speed limits, and developing improved monitoring systems designed to reduce the risk of collisions. Fishing itself has also produced unintended ecological consequences. Many commercial fishing operations use gear that captures large numbers of marine animals at once. While fishermen target specific species such as tuna, cod, or swordfish, fishing gear often catches other animals accidentally. This unintended capture is known as bycatch. Long line fishing, for example, involves deploying lines that may stretch for dozens of kilometers and carry thousands of baited hooks. These hooks attract not only the intended fish species, but also animals such as sea turtles, sharks, seabirds, and marine mammals. Millions of animals are estimated to be caught as bycatch each year, raising concerns about the long-term impacts on vulnerable species. Even the deepest regions of the ocean are no longer free from human debris. During deep-sea explorations using remotely operated vehicles, scientists have documented plastic bags, aluminum cans, and other discarded objects resting on the seafloor thousands of meters below the surface. These discoveries illustrate how materials released at the surface can eventually sink to the deepest parts of the ocean. Taken together, these findings have transformed scientific understanding of humanity's relationship with the ocean. The idea that the sea is too vast to be influenced by human activity is no longer supported by evidence. Instead, research increasingly shows that human actions, whether through pollution, transportation, or resource extraction, can affect even the most remote marine environments. Yet some of the most profound changes occurring in the ocean are not visible at all. Unlike floating plastic or drifting nets, these changes cannot be seen with the naked eye. They are unfolding quietly within the chemistry of the ocean itself. Chapter 17: When the Ocean's Chemistry Begins to Change. For much of modern scientific history, the ocean was viewed as a vast stabilizing system within Earth's climate. Its enormous volume, covering more than 70% of the planet's surface, seemed capable of absorbing disturbances without undergoing rapid change. For decades, many scientists believed that the ocean's size and mixing processes would buffer it from significant chemical or physical shifts caused by human activity. Yet as global monitoring systems improved during the late 20th and early 21st centuries, a different picture began to emerge. Careful measurements taken across the world's oceans revealed that the chemistry and physical structure of seawater are gradually changing in measurable ways, reflecting the broader transformation occurring within Earth's climate system. One of the most significant roles the ocean plays in regulating climate involves absorbing heat from the atmosphere. Water has an exceptionally high heat capacity, meaning it can store large amounts of thermal energy without undergoing dramatic temperature increases. Because of this property, the oceans act as a massive heat reservoir for the planet. Climate scientists estimate that the ocean has absorbed more than 90% of the excess heat trapped by greenhouse gases since the middle of the 20th century. Without this buffering effect, global air temperatures would likely have risen far more rapidly than they already have. Long-term temperature records collected from ships, buoys, and autonomous instruments show a clear warming trend in ocean waters over the past several decades. Early oceanographic measurements in the mid-1900s relied primarily on instruments lowered from research vessels, which provided only limited coverage. Beginning in the 1990s, however, new technologies dramatically improved the ability to monitor the ocean. Satellite observations, combined with networks of drifting instruments such as the Argo float system, began providing continuous temperature profiles from thousands of locations around the globe. These measurements confirmed that average ocean temperatures have been rising steadily, with some of the most rapid warming occurring during the past 30 years. Ocean warming does not occur uniformly across all regions. Some areas, particularly in the North Atlantic and parts of the Western Pacific, have experienced faster increases than others. Surface waters tend to warm more quickly because they interact directly with the atmosphere. But deeper layers are also gradually accumulating heat as currents mix warm water downward. Scientists have detected measurable warming even at depths of several thousand meters, demonstrating how effectively the ocean distributes heat through its vast circulation systems. Rising temperatures affect marine ecosystems in numerous ways because most marine organisms are adapted to relatively narrow temperature ranges. Fish, plankton, and many invertebrates rely on specific thermal conditions for feeding, growth, and reproduction. As ocean temperatures shift, these species often respond by moving toward regions where conditions remain favorable. Marine biologists studying fish populations in the North Atlantic, for example, have documented significant changes in species distributions. Fish traditionally associated with warmer southern waters, such as certain species of mackerel and squid, have been appearing farther north along the coasts of Canada and northern Europe. At the same time, species adapted to colder environments have begun shifting toward higher latitudes or deeper waters. These migrations can have far-reaching consequences for marine ecosystems and fisheries. When species move into new regions, they encounter unfamiliar competitors and predators, potentially reshaping local food webs. Fishing communities that have historically relied on particular species may also find those species becoming less abundant in traditional fishing grounds. Such changes highlight the complex relationship between ocean climate and the economic systems that depend on marine resources. Beyond temperature changes, another profound shift involves the chemistry of seawater itself. The ocean plays a crucial role in regulating atmospheric carbon dioxide by absorbing a significant portion of the gas released through natural processes and human activities. When carbon dioxide dissolves in seawater, it reacts with water molecules to form carbonic acid, initiating a chain of chemical reactions that alter the balance of dissolved carbonate compounds. This process gradually lowers the pH of seawater, a phenomenon known as ocean acidification. Since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution around 1750, atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations have risen dramatically due to the combustion of fossil fuels and changes in land use. As more carbon dioxide accumulates in the atmosphere, more of it dissolves into the ocean. Long-term monitoring programs have revealed that the average pH of surface ocean waters has declined by approximately 0.1 units since the 18th century. Although this numerical change may appear small, the pH scale is logarithmic, meaning that a drop of 0.1 corresponds to roughly a 30% increase in acidity. Changes in ocean acidity can influence many marine organisms, particularly those that build shells or skeletons using calcium carbonate. Corals, oysters, clams, and certain microscopic plankton rely on carbonate ions dissolved in seawater to construct their protective structures. As seawater becomes more acidic, the concentration of these carbonate ions decreases, making it more difficult for organisms to form and maintain their shells. Laboratory experiments and field studies have demonstrated that some marine organisms grow more slowly or produce weaker shells under more acidic conditions. Coral reefs, which depend on the accumulation of calcium carbonate skeletons over long periods, may be especially vulnerable. Reefs grow gradually as successive generations of coral polyps deposit new layers of skeletal material. If changing chemistry reduces the rate at which corals can build these structures, the growth of reefs could slow relative to the natural processes that erode them. Coral ecosystems have also been affected by coral bleaching, a phenomenon associated with both warming temperatures and environmental stress. Coral polyps maintain a symbiotic relationship with microscopic algae known as zooxanthellae, which live within the coral's tissues and provide much of its energy through photosynthesis. When water temperatures rise beyond the coral's tolerance range, this relationship can break down. The coral expels the algae, causing the colony to lose its color and appear pale or white. Without the algae, the coral's primary energy source disappears, leaving the colony weakened and vulnerable. Bleaching events have been documented in several major reef systems around the world, including the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, the Caribbean Sea, and parts of the Indian Ocean. Some reefs recover if temperatures return to normal quickly enough, allowing the symbiotic algae to return. In other cases, prolonged stress can lead to widespread coral mortality, altering the structure of reef ecosystems that support thousands of marine species. Another chemical and physical consequence of warming oceans involves the distribution of dissolved oxygen in seawater. Oxygen enters the ocean primarily through contact with the atmosphere and through photosynthesis by phytoplankton near the surface. However, warmer water holds less dissolved oxygen than colder water, meaning that rising temperatures can reduce oxygen availability in some regions. In addition to temperature effects, nutrient runoff from agriculture and urban areas can stimulate large blooms of algae in coastal waters. When these algal blooms die and decompose, bacteria consume oxygen during the process of breaking down the organic material. This can create regions where oxygen levels fall so low that many marine animals cannot survive. Such areas are known as oxygen minimum zones or dead zones. One well-studied example occurs in the Gulf of Mexico, where nutrient runoff from the Mississippi River basin fuels seasonal algal blooms each year. As the algae decompose, oxygen levels in deeper waters decline dramatically, sometimes creating a hypoxic zone that spans thousands of square kilometers. Fish and mobile animals often flee these areas, while less mobile organisms such as shellfish may perish. Changing ocean conditions can also encourage the growth of certain algae that produce natural toxins. These events, known as harmful algal blooms, sometimes create what coastal communities call red tides because the water may appear reddish or brown during intense blooms. Some of the organisms responsible produce compounds that are toxic to fish, marine mammals, and humans. Shellfish that feed on these algae can accumulate toxins in their tissues, leading to temporary closures of shellfish fisheries when toxin levels become unsafe. Although harmful algal blooms occur naturally, scientists have observed that environmental changes, including warmer water temperatures and increased nutrient availability, may influence their frequency or intensity in certain regions. Monitoring programs now track these blooms along many coastlines to help protect fisheries and public health. Understanding these chemical and physical changes has become a major focus of modern oceanography. To monitor the ocean more effectively, scientists have deployed a wide range of new technologies across the world's seas. Satellite systems measure sea surface temperatures, chlorophyll concentrations, and ocean currents from space. Networks of autonomous floats drift through the water column, periodically diving to depths of 2,000 meters before resurfacing to transmit data on temperature, salinity, and other properties. Research vessels continue to collect detailed samples that help scientists calibrate and interpret these global observations. Together, these monitoring systems provide an increasingly detailed picture of how the ocean is responding to changes in Earth's climate. By combining observations from satellites, autonomous instruments, and long-term research stations, scientists can track trends in temperature, acidity, oxygen levels, and biological productivity across vast regions of the ocean. This expanding body of knowledge has transformed the way researchers view the ocean's role within the Earth system. Rather than acting as an unlimited buffer capable of absorbing change indefinitely, the ocean is now understood as a dynamic component of the planet's climate that responds in complex ways to shifts in atmospheric conditions. Understanding these changes has become one of the most important goals of modern ocean science. The more researchers study the ocean's physical and chemical systems, the more they realize how interconnected they are with the rest of the planet. And perhaps the most humbling realization emerging from these discoveries is how much remains unknown. Even after centuries of exploration, scientists estimate that more than 80% of the ocean remains unexplored, leaving vast regions of Earth's largest environment still waiting to be understood. Chapter 18. The New Age of Ocean Exploration. For most of human history, the ocean remained one of the least understood environments on Earth. Early explorers could cross vast stretches of water but had almost no ability to observe what existed beneath the surface. Even into the 20th century, much of the deep ocean remained completely inaccessible, hidden beneath kilometers of water that crushed ordinary equipment and blocked human vision. Yet during the past few decades, a new generation of scientific tools has transformed ocean exploration. Advances in satellites, robotics, genetics, and global monitoring systems are now allowing researchers to observe the ocean in ways that would have seemed impossible only a few generations ago. These technologies are opening a new era of discovery in which scientists can explore remote ecosystems, track animal migrations across entire oceans, and map the seafloor with unprecedented precision. One of the most transformative developments in modern ocean science involves the use of satellites orbiting high above Earth. Although satellites cannot see directly through deep water, they are able to measure subtle signals at the ocean's surface that reveal important information about what is happening below. Instruments aboard satellites detect variations in sea surface temperature, tiny changes in ocean height, and shifts in water color caused by microscopic organisms. By analyzing these signals, scientists can map ocean currents, identify regions of high biological productivity, and observe large-scale patterns that would be impossible to detect from ships alone. Satellite altimeters, which measure the height of the ocean surface with remarkable accuracy, have been particularly valuable for studying ocean circulation. Even small differences in sea surface height, often only a few centimeters, can reveal the presence of powerful currents flowing beneath the surface. These measurements have helped scientists map major current systems such as the Gulf Stream, the Kuroshio Current, and the vast rotating gyres that dominate the open ocean. Because currents influence everything from climate patterns to the distribution of marine life, understanding their behavior has become essential for predicting how ocean ecosystems respond to environmental change. Satellite sensors also detect changes in ocean color that correspond to concentrations of chlorophyll, the pigment used by phytoplankton during photosynthesis. When phytoplankton populations increase, the ocean surface takes on a slightly greener appearance that can be detected from space. By monitoring these color changes, researchers can track massive plankton blooms that sometimes stretch across thousands of square kilometers. These blooms form the foundation of marine food webs, supporting populations of fish, whales, and seabirds. Satellite observations allow scientists to monitor these biological events across entire ocean basins in near real time. In some cases, satellite data has even helped identify critical feeding habitats used by endangered species. Studies of blue whales in the eastern Pacific Ocean, for example, have combined satellite measurements of ocean productivity with tracking tags attached to individual whales. By comparing whale movements with satellite data showing plankton concentrations, researchers have been able to identify key feeding grounds where whales gather to hunt krill. These discoveries have helped guide conservation efforts by identifying areas where shipping routes and fishing activity may pose risks to these enormous animals. Another revolutionary development in marine science involves a technique known as environmental DNA, often abbreviated as eDNA. Every organism leaves behind traces of genetic material in its environment through shed skin cells, mucus, reproductive cells, and waste products. In aquatic environments, these tiny fragments of DNA disperse through the surrounding water. By collecting seawater samples and analyzing the genetic material they contain, scientists can determine which species have recently been present in that area. The development of eDNA techniques has dramatically expanded the ability of researchers to study marine biodiversity. Traditional biological surveys often require physically capturing or observing animals, which can be extremely difficult in large or remote ocean regions. Many species are rare, elusive, or inhabit environments too deep or dangerous for direct observation. Environmental DNA analysis allows scientists to detect these organisms without ever seeing them. A single water sample can reveal the presence of dozens or even hundreds of species living nearby. Researchers began applying eDNA methods to marine ecosystems in the early 2000s, and the technology has advanced rapidly since then. In 2020, several studies used environmental DNA to detect deep-sea fish and invertebrates in regions where conventional surveys had failed to identify them. By comparing DNA sequences recovered from seawater with genetic databases of known species, scientists were able to confirm the presence of organisms inhabiting deep habitats that had previously gone unnoticed. As genetic reference libraries continue expanding, eDNA is expected to become an increasingly powerful tool for monitoring biodiversity across the world's oceans. While genetic analysis reveals which species are present in an environment, tracking technology allows scientists to understand how animals move through that environment over time. Advances in electronic tagging have revolutionized the study of marine animal behavior during the past several decades. Modern satellite tags can be attached to whales, sharks, sea turtles, and large fish, recording information about their location, diving depth, water temperature, and movement patterns. These tags store data while the animal is underwater and then transmit the information to satellites when the animal surfaces. Researchers can track migrations spanning thousands of kilometers, revealing patterns that were previously impossible to observe. One well-known example involved the tracking of great white sharks along the California coast. tagging studies conducted by researchers associated with the Monterey Bay Aquarium during the early 2000s revealed that these sharks regularly travel across the Pacific Ocean to a remote region sometimes called the White Shark Cafe, located roughly halfway between California and Hawaii. The discovery surprised scientists and raised new questions about why sharks gather in that area. Satellite tagging has also revealed the extraordinary journeys undertaken by other marine animals. Leatherback sea turtles migrate across entire ocean basins, traveling between nesting beaches in tropical regions and feeding grounds in colder waters. Some species of tuna cross the Pacific Ocean multiple times during their lifetimes, following shifting temperature boundaries and prey populations. By analyzing data collected from tagged animals, scientists are gaining insight into how marine species respond to changes in ocean conditions. Robotic exploration has extended the reach of human observation even further. The deep ocean remains extremely challenging to explore because of the immense pressures encountered at great depths. To overcome these challenges, oceanographers increasingly rely on remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, and autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs. These robotic systems can descend thousands of meters below the surface while carrying cameras, sensors, and sampling tools. Remotely operated vehicles are connected to research ships by long cables that transmit power and data, allowing scientists to control the vehicles in real time from the surface. One well-known example is ROV Jason, operated by the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, which has explored hydrothermal vents, deep coral reefs, and underwater volcanoes around the world. Equipped with high-definition cameras and robotic arms, vehicles like Jason allow scientists to collect samples and observe deep-sea ecosystems directly while remaining safely aboard the research vessel. Autonomous underwater vehicles operate somewhat differently. Instead of being controlled continuously from the surface, these robotic explorers follow pre-programmed routes through the ocean, collecting data as they travel. One example, AUV Sentry, also operated by Woods Hole, can map seafloor terrain with remarkable precision using sonar and photographic systems. After completing its mission, the vehicle returns to the surface, where researchers retrieve the stored data. Human-occupied submersibles still play an important role in deep-sea exploration as well. Modern research vessels deploy specialized submersibles capable of carrying scientists several kilometers beneath the surface. These submersibles allow researchers to observe deep environments firsthand, an experience that many scientists say provides insights difficult to obtain through remote observation alone. Observing geological formations, animal behavior, and seafloor landscapes directly can help researchers interpret data collected by robotic instruments. Sound has also become an essential tool for exploring the ocean. Because sound travels much farther through water than light, scientists use sonar systems to map the seafloor and detect underwater features. Large research vessels equipped with multi-beam sonar can produce detailed maps of seafloor topography by sending sound waves downward and measuring the echoes that return. These maps reveal underwater mountains, deep trenches, and volcanic ridges that were previously unknown. In addition to mapping geological features, underwater microphones, known as hydrophones, allow scientists to monitor the ocean's acoustic environment. Networks of hydrophones have been deployed in many regions of the world's oceans to record whale calls, seismic activity, and even the sounds produced by melting glaciers in polar regions. By analyzing these recordings, researchers can track whale migrations, detect underwater earthquakes, and monitor changes occurring in remote marine ecosystems. Perhaps one of the most ambitious modern oceanographic initiatives is the Seabed 2030 project, launched in 2017 by the Nippon Foundation in partnership with the General Bathymetric Chart of the Oceans (GEBCO) program. The goal of this international effort is to produce a complete, high-resolution map of the entire ocean floor by the year 2030. Although the oceans cover most of Earth's surface, large portions of the seafloor remain poorly mapped. Some regions have only been measured with low-resolution techniques that provide little detail about the underlying terrain. Seabed 2030 brings together data from research vessels, commercial ships, autonomous vehicles, and satellite measurements to gradually fill in these gaps. Each new dataset improves the global map, revealing underwater ridges, canyons, and volcanic structures that were previously unknown. Accurate seafloor maps are essential for understanding geological processes, such as plate tectonics and submarine landslides, as well as for improving navigation and identifying sensitive marine habitats. Despite these remarkable technological advances, the ocean continues to surprise scientists. Nearly every major expedition uncovers species that have never been documented before. Strange deep-sea creatures, previously unknown coral formations, and unusual geological features regularly appear in the footage captured by robotic explorers. Some hydrothermal vent ecosystems discovered during recent expeditions host animals that thrive in chemical environments once thought inhospitable to life. These discoveries highlight an important reality about the ocean. Even with modern technology, researchers are still only beginning to understand the vast ecosystems hidden beneath the waves. Large portions of the seafloor remain unexplored, and many deep-sea habitats have never been visited by humans or robotic vehicles. Each new generation of tools brings scientists closer to understanding this immense and complex environment. Satellites reveal patterns across entire oceans. Genetic techniques expose hidden biodiversity. Robotic explorers venture into crushing depths, and global mapping projects gradually uncover the contours of the seafloor. Yet with every discovery comes a reminder of how much remains unknown. Because even now, after centuries of exploration and decades of technological innovation, the ocean still holds far more mysteries than we have answers for. Chapter 19. The ocean that controls the planet. Long before satellites, robotic submarines, and global monitoring networks began revealing the inner workings of the oceans, natural philosophers and early scientists suspected that the sea must play a powerful role in shaping life on Earth. Ancient civilizations recognized that winds, tides, and seasonal weather patterns seemed closely tied to the behavior of the oceans. Yet for centuries, these connections remained largely mysterious. Only in the 20th century, as oceanography developed into a modern scientific discipline, did researchers begin to understand how profoundly the ocean influences the entire planetary system. The sea is not simply a vast reservoir of water covering most of Earth's surface. It is a dynamic engine that regulates temperature, circulates nutrients, stores carbon, and shapes global climate patterns in ways that sustain life across the planet. One of the most important roles the ocean plays involves regulating Earth's temperature. Water possesses a physical property known as high heat capacity, meaning it can absorb and store large amounts of heat energy without undergoing rapid temperature changes. Because the oceans contain such enormous volumes of water, they act as a giant thermal reservoir for the planet. Measurements collected since the mid-20th century by oceanographic monitoring programs show that the oceans absorb more than 90% of the excess heat trapped by greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Without this enormous buffering capacity, Earth's atmosphere would warm far more rapidly and experience far more extreme swings between hot and cold conditions. This heat storage ability helps stabilize global climate systems. During periods when atmospheric temperatures rise, the ocean absorbs large quantities of heat energy that would otherwise remain in the air. Conversely, when atmospheric temperatures fall, the ocean slowly releases stored heat back into the atmosphere. This exchange moderates temperature fluctuations across seasons and geographical regions. Coastal areas, in particular, experience milder climates than inland regions because nearby ocean waters help regulate temperature. Cities located near the sea often have cooler summers and warmer winters than cities located farther inland at the same latitude. However, the ocean does not simply store heat in one place. Vast systems of currents constantly redistribute thermal energy across the globe, transferring warmth from equatorial regions toward the poles while returning colder water toward the tropics. These currents function like a complex circulatory system for the planet, moving heat through interconnected pathways that span entire ocean basins. Without this circulation, tropical regions would become significantly hotter, while polar regions would grow dramatically colder. One of the most famous examples of this heat-transporting system is the Gulf Stream, a powerful current that flows northward along the eastern coast of North America, before crossing the Atlantic Ocean toward Europe. The current originates in the Gulf of Mexico, where warm tropical waters are funneled through the Florida Straits and then accelerate along the coastline before turning northeast across the Atlantic. This stream of warm water carries enormous amounts of heat toward Europe, significantly influencing the climate of Western European countries. The Gulf Stream was first systematically mapped in 1770 by Benjamin Franklin, who recognized that ships traveling along the current could cross the Atlantic faster than vessels sailing outside its path. Franklin's map provided early evidence that large-scale ocean currents existed and could influence navigation and weather. Modern oceanographic measurements have since shown that the Gulf Stream transports heat equivalent to many thousands of times the energy consumption of human civilization. As this warm water moves across the Atlantic, it releases heat into the atmosphere, helping keep regions such as Ireland, the United Kingdom, and Western France significantly warmer during winter than other areas at comparable latitudes. Yet the Gulf Stream is only one part of a much larger global circulation system. Oceanographers now recognize that this current forms a key component of the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, often abbreviated as AMOC. This enormous system acts like a planetary conveyor belt, moving warm surface water northward through the Atlantic Ocean while returning colder, denser water southward through deeper layers. As warm water reaches higher latitudes in the North Atlantic, it gradually cools and becomes denser. Eventually, some of this water sinks to great depths and begins flowing southward along the ocean floor, completing a vast circulation loop that can take centuries to complete. Scientists began studying the AMOC in detail during the late 20th century, deploying long lines of monitoring instruments across the Atlantic Ocean to measure current strength, water temperature, and salinity. These observation networks revealed how deeply interconnected the ocean's circulation systems are with global climate. Even subtle changes in current strength can influence weather patterns, sea ice formation, and regional temperatures across multiple continents. Beyond moving heat around the planet, the ocean also plays a critical role in regulating the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. One of the most important mechanisms involved in this process is known as the biological carbon pump. At the ocean surface, microscopic organisms called phytoplankton absorb carbon dioxide during photosynthesis, converting it into organic matter while releasing oxygen as a byproduct. These tiny organisms form the base of nearly every marine food web. When phytoplankton die or are consumed by other organisms, some of the carbon contained in their bodies sinks into deeper layers of the ocean. Particles of organic material gradually drift downward through the water column, eventually reaching the seafloor where they may become buried in sediments. This process effectively removes carbon from the atmosphere and stores it in the deep ocean for centuries or even millennia. Over geological timescales, the biological carbon pump plays a crucial role in regulating Earth's climate by limiting the amount of carbon dioxide remaining in the atmosphere. Large marine animals also contribute to this carbon cycling process in unexpected ways. In 2010, marine biologists studying whale ecology described a phenomenon sometimes referred to as the whale pump. Whales often dive hundreds of meters below the surface to feed on prey such as krill or squid. After feeding at depth, they return to the surface to breathe and release waste products. These waste plumes are rich in nutrients such as nitrogen and iron, which fertilize surface waters and stimulate the growth of phytoplankton. As plankton populations increase, they absorb additional carbon dioxide through photosynthesis, indirectly enhancing the ocean's ability to store carbon. Ocean currents also transport nutrients across enormous distances, influencing the productivity of marine ecosystems around the world. In certain regions, deep water, rich in nutrients, rises toward the surface in a process known as upwelling. These upwelling zones bring dissolved nutrients such as nitrates and phosphates into sunlit surface waters, where they stimulate rapid phytoplankton growth. The resulting plankton blooms support dense populations of fish and other marine animals. One of the most productive upwelling regions occurs along the western coast of South America, particularly off the coast of Peru. Here, winds push surface water away from the coastline, allowing colder, nutrient-rich water from the deep Pacific Ocean to rise upward. The nutrients carried in this water fuel enormous plankton blooms that support one of the world's largest fisheries, particularly for Peruvian anchoveta, a small fish species harvested in massive quantities for both human consumption and animal feed. This single ecosystem supports millions of people and illustrates how ocean circulation can directly influence global food supplies. The ocean also shapes weather patterns on a global scale through complex interactions between atmosphere and ocean currents. One of the most influential climate cycles is the El Niño Southern Oscillation, commonly known as ENSO. This phenomenon involves periodic warming of surface waters in the equatorial Pacific Ocean, which can dramatically alter atmospheric circulation patterns across the globe. During El Niño events, trade winds that normally push warm water toward the western Pacific weaken or reverse direction. As a result, warm water spreads eastward toward the coasts of South and Central America, disrupting the normal upwelling of cold, nutrient-rich water in those regions. This shift affects marine ecosystems, often reducing fish populations along the Pacific coast of South America, while simultaneously altering rainfall patterns around the world. El Niño events have been associated with drought conditions in Australia and Indonesia, heavy rainfall and flooding in parts of California and South America, and changes in hurricane activity across the Atlantic Ocean. Although coastal communities in South America had observed unusual warming events for centuries, scientists began studying ENSO systematically during the 20th century as oceanographic monitoring improved. Beyond influencing climate and weather, the ocean also sustains human societies in direct and tangible ways. Marine fisheries provide a crucial source of protein for billions of people worldwide. According to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, seafood accounts for roughly 17% of the global population's animal protein intake, making it one of the most important food resources on Earth. In many coastal regions, fishing supports entire economies and cultural traditions that have persisted for generations. Healthy marine ecosystems also protect coastlines from natural hazards. Coral reefs and mangrove forests act as natural barriers that reduce wave energy before it reaches land. By absorbing the force of incoming waves and storm surges, these ecosystems help protect coastal communities from erosion and flooding. In regions frequently affected by tropical storms, such as Southeast Asia and the Caribbean, coral reefs and mangroves can serve as the first line of defense against destructive hurricanes and typhoons. All of these processes illustrate how closely human civilization depends on the ocean. Climate stability, food security, and even the oxygen in Earth's atmosphere are shaped by interactions occurring within marine ecosystems. The ocean regulates temperature, redistributes nutrients, supports global food systems, and moderates weather patterns that influence agriculture and freshwater supplies around the world. Yet despite this enormous importance, the ocean remains one of the least explored environments on the planet. Vast regions of the seafloor have never been directly observed, and scientists continue discovering new species, geological structures, and ecological processes with every major expedition. The technologies described in recent chapters, satellite observation, genetic analysis, robotic exploration, and global monitoring networks, are only beginning to reveal the complexity of this immense system. What researchers have uncovered so far suggests that the ocean's role in shaping the planet is far greater than earlier generations ever imagined. The sea is not merely a backdrop for life on Earth, it is one of the primary forces that sustain it. And even after centuries of curiosity and exploration, the deeper we look into the ocean, the clearer it becomes that many of its most remarkable secrets are still waiting to be discovered. Chapter 20. The Endless Mystery Beneath the Waves. For centuries, the ocean has drawn explorers toward its horizons with the promise of discovery. Sailors once crossed vast stretches of water guided only by stars and wind, unaware of the immense landscapes and living systems hidden beneath their ships. Even today, after generations of scientific expeditions and technological breakthroughs, the ocean remains one of the least understood environments on Earth. Scientists estimate that more than 80% of the seafloor has never been mapped in high resolution, and large regions of the deep ocean remain completely unexplored. In many ways, humanity knows more about the surface of the Moon or Mars, both mapped in extraordinary detail by orbiting spacecraft, than about the terrain lying beneath kilometers of ocean water. This lack of exploration is not due to a lack of curiosity, but to the immense difficulty of studying the deep sea. The deeper researchers travel, the more extreme the environment becomes. Darkness is absolute beyond a few hundred meters. Pressures reach levels capable of crushing steel, and temperatures can swing dramatically between icy water and scalding hydrothermal vents. For most of human history, these conditions made exploration nearly impossible. Only within the last few decades have technologies such as robotic submersibles, autonomous vehicles, and high-pressure cameras allowed scientists to venture regularly into the deepest parts of the ocean. As these tools have improved, discoveries have arrived at a remarkable pace. During deep-sea expeditions conducted throughout the 2000s, 10s, and early 2020s, researchers documented hundreds of species previously unknown to science. Many of these creatures look unlike anything familiar from shallow water ecosystems. Some are nearly transparent, their bodies composed of delicate gelatinous tissues that shimmer faintly in the dim light of deep-sea cameras. Others possess elaborate appendages, glowing organs, or unusual body shapes adapted to the pressures and darkness of their environment. Among the most intriguing examples is an animal popularly known as the Dumbo octopus, first recorded in the 1990s during deep-sea submersible dives conducted by researchers from the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute and other institutions. Named for the ear-like fins that extend from either side of its head, the Dumbo octopus moves through the water in a slow, graceful motion, using its fins like wings to glide through the deep ocean. These animals inhabit depths ranging from about 3,000 to 4,000 meters, far beyond the reach of sunlight. Until deep-sea cameras captured their movements, scientists had little understanding of how they hunted or navigated in such an extreme environment. Other discoveries have revealed ecosystems that challenge earlier assumptions about where life can survive. In 2015, researchers exploring the Pacific Ocean near Costa Rica discovered previously unknown hydrothermal vent communities thriving thousands of meters below the surface. Around these vents lived dense populations of shrimp, crabs, and tube worms that had never been recorded before. Similar expeditions across the Pacific and Indian Oceans have uncovered deep coral reefs growing at depths once thought too dark to support reef ecosystems. Some of these deep-water corals form large structures hundreds of meters below the surface, demonstrating that reef-building organisms can survive in environments very different from the brightly lit tropical reefs more familiar to divers. These discoveries hint at how many species may still remain undiscovered in the ocean. Unlike many terrestrial ecosystems, where species ranges often overlap broadly, deep-sea organisms frequently inhabit extremely narrow ecological niches. A particular species might exist only within a specific depth range, temperature zone, or chemical environment on the seafloor. Some species are associated exclusively with hydrothermal vents, methane seeps, or isolated underwater mountains known as seamounts. Because these habitats can be widely separated by vast stretches of seafloor, discovering new species often requires specialized expeditions capable of reaching very precise locations. Even animals already known to science continue revealing surprising behaviors when studied with modern tracking technologies. Satellite-linked tags attached to whales, sharks, and sea turtles have shown that many marine animals undertake migrations spanning entire ocean basins. Some species travel thousands of kilometers each year, linking ecosystems separated by enormous distances. For example, studies of great white sharks along the California coast revealed that many individuals migrate annually to a region of the Central Pacific Ocean, sometimes called the White Shark Cafe. Scientists discovered this mysterious gathering area only after satellite tags tracked sharks far beyond coastal waters, where they were previously believed to spend most of their lives. Similar tracking studies have transformed understanding of whale migrations. Blue whales, humpback whales, and sperm whales travel across entire oceans between feeding and breeding grounds, navigating routes that may stretch for thousands of kilometers. Sea turtles hatch on beaches, disperse across open ocean gyres, and eventually return decades later to the very coastline where they were born. These journeys reveal how interconnected the world's oceans truly are, linking distant ecosystems into a single dynamic system. Yet the ocean is far more than a collection of species and ecosystems. It is also a constantly changing environment shaped by powerful geological forces. Beneath the waves, tectonic plates slowly move across Earth's surface, forming underwater mountain ranges, trenches, and volcanic islands. Along the mid-ocean ridges, molten rock rises from deep within the planet, creating new ocean crust and fueling hydrothermal vent systems. At subduction zones, places where one tectonic plate slides beneath another, the seafloor plunges downward to form deep trenches like the Mariana Trench, the deepest known point in the world's oceans. Over millions of years, these geological processes reshape the layout of ocean basins themselves. Continents drift apart or collide, opening and closing seas while altering global circulation patterns. As ocean basins change, marine ecosystems evolve alongside them. Species adapt to new environments, migrate to different regions, or disappear entirely as conditions shift. In this way, the ocean becomes both a stage for evolution and a record of the planet's geological history. At the smallest scales, microscopic organisms continue driving some of the most important planetary systems. Tiny drifting plankton absorbs sunlight and carbon dioxide, producing oxygen through photosynthesis and forming the base of nearly every marine food web. Their collective activity regulates atmospheric gases and influences global climate patterns. Though invisible to the naked eye, these microscopic organisms sustain ecosystems that ultimately support fish, whales, seabirds, and countless other forms of life. The cumulative impact of these processes is extraordinary. Ocean currents redistribute heat around the planet, moderating global temperatures. Nutrient cycles fueled by plankton and bacteria sustain fisheries that feed billions of people. Coral reefs and mangrove forests protect coastlines from storms, while microscopic organisms help maintain the balance of gases in Earth's atmosphere. In ways both visible and invisible, the ocean supports the conditions that make life on Earth possible. Despite these profound connections, much of the ocean remains a frontier of discovery. Every new expedition carries the possibility of encountering something entirely unexpected. A previously unknown species drifting through the darkness, a hidden coral reef growing far deeper than scientists predicted, or a geological formation revealing new insights into Earth's history. Even small advances in technology can open windows into environments that were once completely inaccessible. Human curiosity has always been drawn toward places that remain mysterious, and the ocean represents one of the last great unexplored realms on our planet. While spacecraft have mapped distant worlds and telescopes peer into the depths of the universe, vast regions of Earth's own oceans remain largely unseen. Beneath kilometers of water lie landscapes, ecosystems, and biological strategies that scientists are only beginning to understand. Yet the ocean is not simply a distant wilderness, separate from human life. It is intimately connected to the atmosphere we breathe, the climate that surrounds us, and the ecosystems that support civilization. The rhythms of ocean currents influence weather patterns across continents. The productivity of marine ecosystems sustains fisheries and coastal communities around the world. Even the oxygen filling our lungs is partly produced by microscopic organisms drifting through the sunlit surface waters of the sea. In this sense, the ocean is both mysterious and familiar at the same time. It is a place of immense unknowns, yet its processes quietly shape everyday life on land. Every wave breaking on a shoreline, every current flowing through the depths, and every microscopic organism drifting through the water contributes to a system that connects the entire planet. And that connection begins with something remarkably simple. Every breath we take, because the oxygen entering your lungs right now may have been produced by a microscopic plankton cell drifting through the open ocean days, weeks, or even months ago. Long before reaching the air above the sea, that oxygen was formed deep within a living cell floating in the vast waters of the planet's largest ecosystem. In other words, the next breath you take may have begun as a drifting speck of ocean life, far below the waves.